Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Famous Residence of Godric's Hollow. Let's start the story with a journey to one of the most historically significant villages in the wizarding world, a place where extraordinary witches and wizards have lived throughout the centuries, their presence weaving a rich tapestry of magical history. Godric's Hollow, nestled in the West Country of England, appears to Muggle eyes as merely a quaint village with charming cottages and a small parish church. Its cobblestone streets wind between ancient buildings, and a village square sits at its heart where locals gather during holidays. But to those with magical knowledge, this unassuming hamlet holds a profound significance, for it has been home to some of the wizarding world's most influential and pivotal figures. As you might guess from its name, Godric's Hollow takes its title from none other than Godric Gryffindor himself, one of the four founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Born in the wild moors of the early medieval period, sometime around the 10th century, Godric chose this valley as his home, perhaps drawn to its natural beauty and secluded location. In those days, when witch hunts were becoming increasingly common, a wizard of Godric's power and reputation needed a safe haven. Imagine walking through the village as it might have been then, smaller, with simple dwellings, and surrounded by vast, untamed forests. Godric's home would have stood somewhat apart, a sturdy structure of stone that housed not only the great wizard, but also his legendary artifacts. Chief among these was the Sword of Gryffindor, goblin made of pure silver, with rubies the size of eggs embedded in its hilt. The sword, imbued with extraordinary magical properties, including the ability to absorb that which strengthens it, remained in Godric's possession until his death. The legacy of Godric Gryffindor permeates the village to this day. Local legends speak of strange lights seen in the woods on certain nights, and unusual occurrences that the Muggle residents attribute to quirks of the old buildings or changes in the weather. Magical historians believe that Godric's powerful protective enchantments still linger in the very soil and stones of the village, offering subtle protection to all who dwell there. Centuries later, another remarkable magical family would call Godric's Hollow home. The Peverills, whose name would eventually become synonymous with the Deathly Hallows, established themselves in the village during the 13th century. The three brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignatus, are said to have encountered Death himself at a treacherous river crossing, receiving three powerful magical objects as rewards for their cleverness: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. While the elder two brothers met tragic ends due to their arrogant use of Death's gifts, Ignatus Peveril settled in Godric's Hollow, living to a ripe old age before passing his Cloak of Invisibility to his son. His grave can still be found in the parish churchyard, marked with the symbol that would later become known as the sign of the Deathly Hallows, a circle within a triangle, bisected by a line. Picture yourself walking through the quiet churchyard on an autumn evening, fallen leaves crunching beneath your feet as you trace the weathered inscriptions on Ignatus's tombstone. The ancient symbol, nearly worn away by centuries of rain and wind, still carries its silent message to those who understand its meaning. Around you, the gravestones of generations of wizards and witches stand in solemn rows, their secrets known only to those who can read the subtle signs of magical heritage. As the centuries passed, other notable magical families chose to make Godric's Hollow their home. In the late 19th century, The village welcomed a young family that would eventually produce one of the greatest wizards of modern times. Kendra Dumbledore, having suffered the tragedy of her husband Percival's imprisonment in Azkaban for attacking 3 Muggle boys, moved her 3 children, Albus, Aberforth, and Ariana, to Godric's Hollow seeking anonymity and a fresh start. Their cottage, modest but comfortable, stood near the edge of the village. There, the brilliant young Albus spent his formative years caring for his troubled sister Ariana, while beginning the academic career that would eventually make him famous. It was in Godric's Hollow that Albus Dumbledore first met Gellert Grindelwald, a meeting that would have profound implications for the entire wizarding world. Imagine the 2 brilliant young wizards walking together through the sun-dappled lanes of the village, deep in conversation about their vision for a new wizarding order, their ambitions, their ideals, and ultimately their tragic falling out over the death of Ariana, would shape the course of magical history for decades to come. The Dumbledore family cottage, though long since occupied by other residents, still stands as a silent witness to both tragedy and greatness. In the same churchyard where Ignotus Peverell lies, one can find the graves of Kendra and Ariana Dumbledore, their headstone inscribed with the poignant phrase, "Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." The words, chosen by Albus, speak volumes about the regret and love that colored his memories of his time in Godric's Hollow. Perhaps the most famous residents of Godric's Hollow in recent times were James and Lily Potter, who chose the village as their hiding place during the First Wizarding War. Their cottage, protected by the Fidelius charm, should have been impenetrable to Lord Voldemort, but betrayal led to tragedy on that fateful Halloween night in 1981, when the Dark Lord found them, killing both James and Lily, but failing to murder their infant son, Harry. The Potter cottage remains to this day, though it stands in ruins. After the terrible events of that night, it was preserved as a monument to the Potter family and their sacrifice. To magical eyes, the right side of the upper floor appears blown apart, the result of the backfiring killing curse that temporarily defeated Voldemort. A plaque in front of the cottage bears witness to what happened there, and visitors often leave messages of hope and gratitude, small tributes to the family whose love helped save the wizarding world. In the same churchyard where generations of magical residents lie, James and Lily Potter were laid to rest. Their white marble headstone, elegant and simple, reads, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Harry Potter would not visit his parents' grave until 16 years later, on another Christmas Eve, when his quest for Horcruxes brought him back to his birthplace. Think of what it must have been like for him, standing before the graves of the parents he never knew, in the village where his life began. The quiet churchyard, the soft falling snow, the distant sound of Christmas carols from the church, all these created a moment of profound connection between past and present, between those who were lost and those who carried on. Beyond these most famous names, countless other witches and wizards have made Godric's Hollow their home over the centuries. Magical historians, innovative potioneers, celebrated authors, all drawn perhaps by the village's peaceful atmosphere and its deep connections to magical history. Even Bathilda Bagshot, author of A History of Magic and the most celebrated magical historian of modern times, chose to spend her final years in the village, living not far from where the Potters had made their home. Today, Godric's Hollow remains a mixed community of Muggles and magical folk. The Muggles, of course, know nothing of the village's special significance or the famous residents who have lived among them. They notice neither the subtle protective enchantments that still linger in the oldest parts of the village, nor the occasional oddly dressed visitors who come to pay their respects at certain graves, or stand in contemplative silence before a ruined cottage that most Muggles cannot even see. For wizards and witches, however, Godric's Hollow represents something precious, a continuous thread of magical heritage stretching back to the Founders' era. A place where ordinary homes have sheltered extraordinary individuals whose decisions and actions shaped their world in profound ways. As the firelight flickers lower and the night grows deeper, we must leave this historic village for now, though its stories could fill many more evenings. Perhaps as you drift towards sleep, you might wonder, if you were to walk the ancient streets of Godric's Hollow, which of its famous residents would you most wish to have encountered, and what questions would you ask them about the moments that defined not only their lives, but the course of wizarding history? Chapter 2. The Ghost of Helena Ravenclaw. The moonlight filters through the high-arched windows of Ravenclaw Tower tonight, casting long shadows across ancient books and weathered scrolls. In such ethereal light, one might almost glimpse a translucent figure drifting silently between the bookshelves, a solemn woman adorned in flowing robes, her eyes filled with centuries of regret. It is of her story we shall speak tonight, as we delve into the tragic tale of Helena Ravenclaw, known to generations of Hogwarts students as the Grey Lady. To understand Helena, we must first understand her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 illustrious founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Rowena was renowned for her extraordinary intelligence, creativity, and wisdom. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," became the motto of the house that bears her name, reflecting her belief that intelligence was the most valuable quality a witch or wizard could possess. Rowena's legacy lives on in the Ravenclaw common room, high in a tower with a magnificent view of the surrounding mountains. There, open and airy spaces encourage deep thought and contemplation. The ceiling is enchanted to resemble the night sky, allowing students to ponder the vastness of the universe as they engage in intellectual pursuits. A white marble statue of Rowena wearing her famous diadem, a beautiful tiara said to enhance the wisdom of the wearer, stands in the common room, a reminder of the house's illustrious founder. It was into this world of academic excellence and high expectations that Helena Ravenclaw was born. Imagine growing up as the daughter of such a formidable witch, a woman whose intellect was legendary, whose magical abilities were beyond compare, and whose very name would become synonymous with academic brilliance. For young Helena, this was both a blessing and a burden. From an early age, Helena showed signs of having inherited her mother's sharp mind and magical aptitude. She was a precocious child who delighted in learning, absorbing knowledge from the vast library her mother had accumulated. Picture a young girl with long, dark hair, sitting cross-legged on the floor of a tower room, surrounded by stacks of ancient tomes, her small face serious with concentration as she attempted spells far beyond her years. Yet, as Helena grew older, something began to shift. The pride her mother took in her accomplishments began to feel less like love and more like expectation. Every achievement was measured against Rowena's own legendary abilities, and Helena, talented though she was, found herself living perpetually in her mother's shadow. Envy, that most insidious of emotions, began to take root in Helena's heart. Where once she had admired her mother unreservedly, she now began to resent the comparisons that were inevitably drawn between them. She yearned to distinguish herself, to step out from behind Rowena's towering reputation, and be recognized for her own merits. The subtle shift in Helena's demeanor did not go unnoticed by her mother. Rowena, wise in so many ways, perhaps failed to understand the complexity of her daughter's feelings. She attempted to encourage Helena, to nurture her talents, unaware that her very attention only intensified her daughter's sense of inadequacy. It was during this period of growing tension that Helena learned of her mother's most prized possession, the diadem of Ravenclaw. More than a beautiful piece of jewelry, the diadem was imbued with powerful magic that enhanced the wisdom of the wearer. What greater wisdom can there be than the kind that is magically bestowed? Helena might have thought, looking at the gleaming tiara displayed in her mother's private chambers. One can imagine her standing before it, moonlight reflecting off its silver surface, the sapphires catching the light like captured stars. The temptation must have been overwhelming. If she possessed the diadem, perhaps she could finally surpass her mother. Perhaps, with its help, she could become the greatest witch of her age. No longer Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena, but Helena the Wise in her own right. And so, in a moment that would define the rest of her existence and her afterlife, Helena stole the diadem. Under cover of darkness, she took it from its resting place and fled Hogwarts, traveling far across Europe to the remote forests of Albania. There, she hoped to study in solitude, using the diadem's power to grow her abilities beyond even those of her illustrious mother. The theft wounded Rowena deeply. Not only had she lost her most precious magical artifact, but the betrayal by her beloved daughter cut to her very heart. Yet, prideful woman that she was, Rowena kept the theft a secret from the other founders. She told no one that the diadem was missing, nor did she reveal that her daughter had vanished. As years passed, Helena remained in hiding in the Albanian forests. Did the diadem fulfill its promise? Did she grow in wisdom and magical power as she had hoped? The histories do not tell us. What we do know is that isolation can be its own form of prison, far from the halls of Hogwarts. From the stimulation of other magical minds, Helena may have found that even enhanced wisdom was cold comfort in the face of complete solitude. Meanwhile, Rowena Ravenclaw's health began to fail. Age and heartbreak took their toll, and as she felt her life drawing to a close, she longed to see her daughter one last time. Unable to seek Helena herself, she turned to someone who she believed could find her, a baron who had long harbored deep feelings for Helena. This baron, whose name has been lost to history, and who is known to us now only as the Bloody Baron, had courted Helena in their youth. His affection had been intense and possessive, qualities that had led Helena to reject his advances. Yet his determination to win her had never waned, and Rowena hoped that his devotion might now serve a greater purpose. She summoned the Baron to her deathbed, and asked him to find Helena and bring her home, so that mother and daughter might reconcile before it was too late. Eager to please both Rowena and to have a chance to see Helena again, the Baron agreed, setting off immediately for Albania. Deep in the forest, he eventually found Helena. Imagine the scene: the Baron, travel-worn but elated to have found his quarry at last, confronting a woman who had fled not only her home, but also his unwanted attentions. He delivered news of her mother's imminent death and pleaded with her to return to Hogwarts. But Helena, still consumed by envy and resentment, refused. The exact details of what happened next are known only to the two participants, neither of whom has ever shared the full story. What we do know is that the Baron's notorious temper, a trait that would define his ghostly existence just as surely as the silver bloodstains that adorn his translucent robes, erupted in that secluded forest clearing. In a fit of rage and desperation, he stabbed Helena, fatally wounding her. The moment her life's blood spilled upon the forest floor, the enormity of his action struck him. Overcome with remorse, and unable to bear the thought of living in a world without her, he turned his dagger upon himself, taking his own life beside her body. Thus ended the mortal lives of Helena Ravenclaw, and the Baron who loved her too possessively to let her go. But in the wizarding world, death is not always the end of a story. Both Helena and the Baron returned as ghosts, their spirits bound to the earthly plane by the powerful emotions that had defined their final moments. Helena, forever burdened by her theft, and the knowledge that she never reconciled with her mother. The Baron, eternally marked by both Helena's blood and his own, the silver stains a constant reminder of his crime. They returned to Hogwarts, where Rowena had already passed away, never knowing her daughter's fate. There, Helena took up residence in Ravenclaw Tower, becoming the house ghost, while the Baron became the ghost of Slytherin House. For centuries, they have haunted the same castle. Yet the Baron respects Helena's wishes and keeps his distance, his eternal punishment to be forever near the woman he loved and destroyed. Helena, now known as the Grey Lady, is perhaps the most elusive of Hogwarts house ghosts. Unlike nearly Headless Nick, who enjoys being the center of attention, or the Fat Friar, who interacts jovially with students, the Grey Lady is reserved and melancholy. She drifts silently through the corridors of Ravenclaw Tower, rarely speaking to students, and appearing almost to glide through walls rather than pass through them. as if reluctant to disturb even the stone of the castle. Those Ravenclaw students who have managed to engage her in conversation describe her as intelligent but distant, willing to provide guidance but reluctant to form attachments. Perhaps she fears that connection might lead to more pain, or perhaps her centuries of existence have taught her the transience of human relationships. For hundreds of years, Helena kept the secret of the diadem's location. She told no one that she had hidden it in a hollow tree in that Albanian forest, where it remained long after her death. The guilt of her theft weighed upon her spectral form, making her one of the most sorrowful presences in the castle. That is, until a charming student named Tom Riddle sought her out in the 1940s. Handsome, brilliant, and seemingly understanding, Riddle managed to do what few had done before. He earned the Grey Lady's trust. With subtle manipulation and false sympathy, he coaxed from her the location of the lost diadem. What Helena could not have known was that Tom Riddle would become Lord Voldemort, and that her mother's precious diadem would be corrupted, turned into a vessel for a fragment of his twisted soul, a Horcrux. The wisdom-enhancing properties of Rowena's creation were perverted into a container for the darkest of magic, a terrible fate for an object created to further knowledge and understanding. Centuries after her death, Helena's decision to reveal the diadem's location had consequences she could never have foreseen. Yet, in the final battle for Hogwarts, she found a measure of redemption. When Harry Potter sought her out, much as Tom Riddle had done decades earlier, Helena made a different choice. Sensing in Harry a pure heart and honest intentions, she told him the diadem's history and helped him understand what it had become. This act of trust contributed to Voldemort's ultimate defeat and the destruction of the corrupted diadem. Perhaps, in those moments, Helena Ravenclaw finally began to find peace, having at last made amends for her ancient theft. Today, the Grey Lady continues to haunt the corridors of Hogwarts. Students still occasionally glimpse her drifting through the Ravenclaw common room late at night, her translucent form moving silently between the bookshelves. Some say she appears most often to those Ravenclaws who are struggling with their studies, not to offer answers but to provide silent encouragement, a spectral reminder that wisdom comes, not just from books but from recognizing and learning from one's mistakes. Helena's tale is one of ambition, envy, betrayal, and finally, redemption, themes that resonate through the centuries and touch the lives of many witches and wizards who have walked the halls of Hogwarts. Her story reminds us that our choices echo far beyond our lifetimes, and that even in death there can be growth and change. As the night deepens and the castle grows silent, we leave the Grey Lady to her eternal wanderings. Perhaps, as sleep begins to claim you, you might consider, what wisdom might we gain from Helena Ravenclaw's centuries of reflection, and what unresolved regrets of our own might we address before they, too, become ghosts that haunt our quiet moments. Chapter 3. The applications of unicorn hair. In the silvery glow of twilight, when the boundary between our world and the realm of magical creatures grows thin, there exists a moment when one might glimpse a flash of pearlescent white moving gracefully between ancient trees. Such a sight is rare and precious, for unicorns, those most pure and elusive of magical beings, prefer solitude and shun human contact. Yet tonight, as shadows lengthen and stars begin to appear, let us explore the many remarkable applications of a substance as magical as the creature from which it comes, unicorn hair. Unicorns have long been revered in both wizarding and Muggle folklore, though Muggles believe them to be creatures of fantasy rather than flesh and blood. Standing approximately 17 hands high at adulthood, with their gleaming white coats, spiraled golden horns and silver hooves that make hardly a sound as they move through the forest, unicorns embody an almost otherworldly grace and beauty. Their manes and tails consist of long, silvery white strands that seem to shimmer with an inner light of their own, especially when caught in moonlight. These hairs possess extraordinary magical properties that make them highly valued in the wizarding world, though their collection poses significant ethical considerations. Imagine walking through the forbidden forest at Hogwarts in early spring, dew still clinging to unfurling leaves. The morning mist swirls around ancient tree trunks as you follow the care of magical creatures professor on a supervised educational expedition. If you are fortunate and very quiet, you might spot a unicorn drinking from a crystal-clear stream, its reflection doubling the beauty before you. Occasionally, unicorns shed hairs naturally as they move through the forest. These fallen hairs can be respectfully collected by those who know where to look and how to recognize them. They appear almost like strands of moonlight against the dark forest floor. This is the most ethical method of harvesting unicorn hair, for it requires no interference with these magnificent creatures. There are, however, those who would forcibly remove hairs from a living unicorn, a practice universally condemned by responsible members of the wizarding community. Such actions cause pain to these gentle creatures and may bring a curse upon those who harm them. As Professor Rubeus Hagrid would tell his students with characteristic vehemence, "You don't want to mess with unicorns. Hurtin' a unicorn brings nothing but trouble, terrible trouble." The most revered application of unicorn hair is without doubt its use as a wand core. Garrick Ollivander, perhaps the finest wandmaker Britain has ever produced, frequently used unicorn hair alongside dragon heartstring and phoenix feather as one of his 3 core materials of choice. Wands with unicorn hair cores produce magic that is consistent and reliable, rarely suffering from fluctuations or blockages. They typically remain loyal to their first owner, developing a strong bond that makes them difficult to turn to the dark arts. Such wands are also the least likely to produce accidental or spontaneous magic, making them particularly suitable for cautious or precise spellcasters. Picture a young witch or wizard entering Ollivander's shop on their 11th birthday, eyes wide with anticipation as the old wandmaker presents them with a wand containing a single hair from a unicorn's tail. Ash and unicorn hair, 10 inches precisely, reasonably pliant, he might say, his silvery eyes watching carefully as the child takes the wand in hand. If there is compatibility, if the unicorn hair core resonates with the young witch or wizard's magical essence, warm golden sparks might shoot from the wand's tip, signaling the beginning of a lifelong partnership between wand core and wielder. Ollivander often noted that unicorn hair wands are particularly prone to melancholy if mishandled or neglected. There is something of the unicorn's sensitivity that seems to transfer to the wand itself, requiring respectful treatment from its owner. This characteristic makes such wands less suitable for those who require particularly powerful offensive magic, but ideal for healing, protective spells, and the more subtle branches of magic. Beyond wand making, unicorn hair finds numerous applications in potions, where its properties of purity and healing are highly valued. Strands of unicorn hair are a key ingredient in antidotes to common poisons, where they help neutralize toxic substances and restore balance to the body's systems. Their natural resistance to corruption makes them particularly effective against poisons that work by tainting the blood or magical essence. In the creation of wound-cleaning potion, unicorn hair provides powerful antiseptic properties when properly prepared by being steeped in a solution of dittany and star grass. The resulting liquid takes on a silvery sheen that can cleanse even cursed wounds, though it cannot fully heal injuries caused by the darkest magic. For the brewing of draught of peace, which relieves anxiety and agitation, a single strand of unicorn hair, added at precisely the right moment, helps stabilize the volatile ingredients, preventing the potion from becoming too powerful and causing the drinker to fall into a deep, potentially irreversible sleep. The unicorn's natural serenity seems to infuse the potion, creating a sense of calm well-being without dulling the mind. Imagine standing before a gently simmering cauldron in the dungeons of Hogwarts, carefully measuring powdered moonstone, while a single strand of unicorn hair floats on the surface of your developing potion. The hair seems almost alive as it slowly dissolves, releasing its magic into the mixture and causing the liquid to shift from turquoise to a delicate silver blue. The subtle art of potion making reveals itself in such moments, where timing and respect for the magical properties of each ingredient are paramount. Beyond potions and wandcraft, unicorn hair has significant applications in magical healing. At St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, healers sometimes use bandages woven with strands of unicorn hair for particularly stubborn or magically infected wounds. These bandages, when properly prepared with appropriate charms and soaking solutions, can draw out magical toxins and promote the regeneration of damaged tissue. For burn injuries caused by magical fire, such as those from a dragon or a particularly powerful incendio spell, salves containing ground unicorn hair mixed with aloe essence and powdered silver can provide relief and healing where standard remedies might fail. The unicorn's inherent magic seems to recognize and counteract the destructive nature of burns, cooling the affected area and encouraging new skin growth. In the field of magical textiles, unicorn hair is among the most challenging materials to work with, but the results are worth the considerable effort. Cloaks lined with fabric woven from unicorn hair provide exceptional protection against hexes and minor curses. The natural purity of the unicorn seems to repel malevolent magic, causing harmful spells to slide off the garment rather than penetrating to the wearer. Imagine the delicate work of the magical weavers, their enchanted looms slowly creating shimmering fabric from the finest unicorn hairs. Such cloth seems to capture moonlight, glowing softly in darkened rooms and remaining cool to the touch even in the warmest weather. These textiles are so rare and difficult to produce that they are typically reserved for special protective garments for aurors or those who must venture into magically dangerous environments. Gloves made with unicorn hair incorporated into the material are particularly valued by those who work with toxic or cursed plants in the field of herbology. Professor Pomona Sprout might have owned a pair for handling the most dangerous specimens in Greenhouse 3 at Hogwarts, the protective properties of the unicorn hair helping to shield her from the effects of poisonous sap or noxious pollen. For those studying the subtle magical discipline of divination, unicorn hair has applications quite distinct from its protective or healing properties. Dream catchers crafted with a framework of unicorn hair are said to filter nightmares, allowing only true prophetic visions to reach the sleeping mind. The unicorn's connection to purity and truth makes their hair particularly effective at distinguishing between ordinary dreams and genuine foresight. Imagine such a dream catcher hanging above your bed, the strands of unicorn hair gleaming faintly in the darkness. As you sleep, the intricate web seems to pulse with a gentle rhythm, catching disturbing dreams in its silvery strands while allowing peaceful rest or meaningful visions to pass through to your consciousness. In the creation of musical instruments, unicorn hair is occasionally used for the strings of particularly fine enchanted harps or violins. These instruments produce notes of extraordinary clarity and emotional resonance, their music capable of touching the soul in ways that ordinary instruments cannot. A violin strung with unicorn hair might bring listeners to tears with a simple melody, the pure tones seeming to bypass the ears and speak directly to the heart. The most skilled magical musicians treasure such instruments, treating them with reverence and understanding that they require special care. Like wands with unicorn hair cores, these instruments can become temperamental if mistreated, refusing to play properly or producing discordant sounds until proper respect is restored. Among the rarest and most specialized applications of unicorn hair is its use in certain advanced forms of magical binding. When freely given, perhaps collected from a unicorn's natural shedding during its seasonal coat change, a hair can be used to create promises that cannot be broken without serious magical consequences. Unlike the unbreakable vow, which requires a bonder and results in death if broken, unicorn hair bindings create more nuanced consequences, often related to the specific nature of the promise made. Such bindings were once used in peace treaties between magical communities, the unicorn hair ensuring that neither party could break the agreement without experiencing a loss of magical ability proportional to the severity of their betrayal. These ancient practices have largely fallen out of use in modern times, but knowledge of them is preserved in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic. It is worth noting that, unlike many other magical substances, unicorn hair cannot be effectively used in dark magic. The inherent purity of the material resists corruption, making it unsuitable for curses, harmful potions, or objects intended to cause suffering. This quality is perhaps what makes unicorn hair most remarkable among magical substances. It seems to possess an inherent moral character that other materials lack. The relationship between wizard kind and unicorns has always been complex. These magnificent creatures prefer the company of witches to wizards, particularly favoring young women who have maintained their innocence. Yet, even the most gentle approach must be made with patience and respect, for unicorns are quick to flee at any sign of threat or dishonesty. The most ethical practitioners of magic use only naturally shed unicorn hair, or that which has been willingly given by unicorns who have formed rare bonds with particular magical individuals. The Scamander Preserve for Magical Creatures maintains a sanctuary where injured or orphaned unicorns can recover in safety, and any hair collected there comes exclusively from natural shedding or medical treatment, never from harm or coercion. As our exploration of unicorn hair draws to a close, we might reflect on how this remarkable substance embodies the essence of the creature from which it comes: pure, healing, resistant to darkness, and imbued with subtle yet powerful magic. In a world where many magical materials can be used for both beneficial and harmful purposes, unicorn hair stands apart in its inherent benevolence. As the fire dims and night fully embraces us, perhaps you might consider, in a world where magical materials often reflect the intention of the wielder, what might it mean that unicorn hair remains steadfastly pure regardless of how one attempts to use it, and what lessons might we draw from a substance that so firmly refuses to participate in causing harm? Chapter 4. The Black Lake, in Autumn. As the cooling winds of September sweep across the Scottish Highlands, transforming the landscape from vibrant summer greens to a tapestry of amber, crimson, and gold, there exists no more enchanting sight at Hogwarts than the Black Lake embracing the season of change. The vast expanse of dark water, reflecting the fiery canopy of autumn trees and the ever-shifting sky above, holds secrets beneath its surface that few have witnessed in their entirety. Tonight, as we settle into our comfortable chairs with the scent of wood smoke in the air, let us embark on a journey to explore the Black Lake during this most transformative of seasons. The Black Lake, sometimes called the Great Lake, stretches across the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry like a massive mirror of obsidian. Its waters appear almost impenetrably dark from a distance, hence its name, though those who have peered closely into its shallows know that it is not truly black, but rather a deep, mysterious blue-green that seems to absorb rather than reflect the light. In autumn, this vast body of water undergoes subtle yet magical transformations that mark the changing of the seasons in the wizarding world. As September arrives, bringing with it the return of students to the castle, the lake's surface becomes a canvas for nature's most spectacular display. Imagine standing on the shore as the rising sun breaks through the morning mist, illuminating the water with golden light, while the surrounding trees begin their slow shift from green to warm, rich hues of amber and burgundy. The ancient beech tree that has stood sentinel by the lake's edge for centuries is among the first to change, its massive canopy turning a brilliant yellow that seems to glow from within when struck by sunlight. Its fallen leaves create delicate golden boats that sail across the lake's surface, carried by gentle autumn breezes. Some particularly observant students have noticed that these natural vessels sometimes appear to move against the wind, following mysterious currents that might be influenced by the lake's magical inhabitants. Speaking of inhabitants, the Black Lake's ecosystem is among the most diverse and fascinating in the wizarding world. While many magical bodies of water host unusual creatures, the lake at Hogwarts is unique in its complex society of beings, from the intelligent merpeople, who have established an underwater civilization in its depths, to the giant squid that has become something of a mascot to generations of students. In autumn, the giant squid, whose true name is unknown to humans, but is thought by magizoologists to be several centuries old, undergoes changes in its behavior that coincide with the season. During the warmer months, it often basks near the surface, occasionally interacting playfully with students brave enough to swim in the shallower parts of the lake. Its massive tentacles might be spotted lazily waving above the water, or gently rescuing a student who has ventured too far from shore. As autumn progresses and the water temperature drops, the giant squid begins to spend more time in the deeper parts of the lake. Its appearances become rarer, though students gazing from the castle windows during October afternoons might still glimpse its enormous form gliding beneath the surface, now a darker russet color that blends with the autumnal palette reflected in the water. Hagrid, whose knowledge of the lake's creatures stems from decades of observation, once explained to a group of fascinated first years that the squid's color change is both protective and social. Changes color with the seasons. See, he told them, his eyes crinkling with affection for the creature. Bit like the trees, but for different reasons, helps it blend in when it wants to, and stands out when it's trying to impress the other deep water creatures. Clever. They are, far cleverer than most folks give them credit for. The Mermish community of the Black Lake also adapts to the autumn season in fascinating ways. Unlike their counterparts in warmer waters, the merpeople of Hogwarts are not the beautiful sirens of Muggle myth, but rather fierce-looking beings with grayish skin, wild green hair, and yellow eyes. Their village lies near the center of the lake, composed of crude stone dwellings decorated with paintings of merpeople engaged in various activities like hunting or chasing the giant squid. As autumn arrives, the merpeople prepare for the coming winter with a series of rituals and practical activities. They harvest the lake's abundant water plants, which reach their full maturity in late September. The Plimpy fishing season begins in earnest, with organized hunting parties setting out from the village to catch these round fish, whose legs they then tie in knots, leaving them to untangle themselves, a process that can take hours and ensures the merpeople can collect them at leisure. Perhaps most fascinating is the autumnal music festival that takes place during the October full moon. Those few Hogwarts staff members who understand Mermish have described it as a hauntingly beautiful event where the entire colony gathers in the village square, their singing creating complex harmonies that sound like screeching wails above water, but transform into ethereal melodies when heard beneath the surface. The music is said to honor the changing season and ensure good fortune through the winter months. Professor Albus Dumbledore, who spoke Mermish and maintained a respectful relationship with the lake's colony, once attended this festival as an honored guest. Upon his return to the castle, soaking wet but beaming with delight, he remarked to a curious Professor McGonagall that the experience had been worth every moment of the October chill, and that music truly is a magic beyond anything we teach here. The Grandilos, small, horned water demons with long, powerful fingers, also change their habits with the arrival of autumn. During summer, they tend to lurk among the forests of weeds at the lake bottom, occasionally venturing into shallower waters to snatch unwary small fish. As the water cools and the late autumn storms churn the lake's surface, Grindylows become more territorial and aggressive, establishing clear boundaries around their weed-patch domains. This seasonal aggression makes the late autumn months particularly dangerous for swimming. Not that many students would brave the increasingly cold water by November. The last foolhardy attempt to swim in the lake before winter reportedly occurred in 1975, when a group of Gryffindor students led by Sirius Black dove in on a dare. They emerged minutes later, laughing but covered in angry red welts where Grindylows had gripped their ankles. Madame Pomfrey was reportedly unamused as she applied essence of murtlap to their injuries, lecturing them about the entirely predictable seasonal temperament of aquatic magical creatures. The ecosystem of the Black Lake extends beyond its more famous inhabitants to include countless magical plants and smaller creatures that undergo their own autumnal transformations. The gillyweed beds, tended carefully by the merpeople as a valuable resource, reach peak maturity in mid-October. The harvested plants are dried and preserved for the winter months, when fresh gillyweed becomes scarce. Some is traded with the Hogwarts potion master in exchange for various human-made tools and remedies that the merpeople find useful. Beneath the surface, forests of pale green water plants begin to take on russet and golden hues, mirroring the transformation occurring in the trees above. These aquatic plants release spores during autumn that rise to the surface in the early morning hours, creating a mist that hovers just above the water. This magical mist is said to have minor prophetic properties, and more than one divination professor, through the years, has led early morning expeditions to collect vials of it for classroom use. The lake's shore undergoes its own seasonal metamorphosis as autumn progresses. The marshy areas where reeds grow tall become home to nesting red-crested plibblers, small, duck-like magical birds that feed on lake insects and small fish. Their distinctive call, something between a quack and a musical chime, becomes part of the lake's autumn soundscape, particularly at dawn and dusk when they are most active. Students walking the lake's perimeter during October might notice the emergence of glow frogs, a species of amphibian whose skin develops a subtle luminescence as the days grow shorter. These palm-sized creatures gather on lily pads and rocks near the shore after sunset, their collective glow creating pools of bluish light that reflect on the water's surface. Professor Sprout often recommends evening walks around the lake to students suffering from seasonal melancholy, claiming that there's no finer natural remedy for the autumn blues than observing the glow frogs' evening gathering. The weather patterns over the Black Lake during autumn are as magical as they are meteorological. By mid-October, morning mist becomes a daily occurrence, transforming the lake and its surroundings into an ethereal landscape. This mist has peculiar properties not found in ordinary fog. It sometimes forms shapes that appear almost intentional, like figures or symbols that dissolve when approached. Some students insist they've seen the outline of a massive squid tentacle or a merperson's trident in the swirling vapor, while others claim the mist sometimes arranges itself into words or warnings. As November approaches, the famed calling storms of the Black Lake begin. These sudden, intense weather systems seem to form directly above the lake, with clouds gathering at remarkable speed and lightning striking the water's center repeatedly. What makes these storms unusual is their containment. The surrounding land often remains untouched by rain or wind, as though the storm were a phenomenon of the lake itself rather than the broader atmosphere. Magical historians believe these calling storms are connected to ancient magic embedded in the lake's depths, long before Hogwarts was built. Some speculate they were part of a communication system used by early wizarding communities in Scotland, while others suggest they relate to magical creatures from the deepest parts of the lake rising closer to the surface for some unknown autumn ritual. The most spectacular autumn phenomenon associated with the Black Lake occurs on the equinox itself. As day and night achieve perfect balance, the lake's surface becomes unnaturally still, regardless of weather conditions, for precisely 1 hour spanning sunset. During this time, the water's reflective properties intensify dramatically, creating a mirror so perfect that it becomes difficult to distinguish where the physical world ends and its reflection begins. Standing at the shore during this phenomenon is said to be disorienting yet profoundly moving. Students who have experienced it describe a sense of standing between two worlds, with the boundary between reality and reflection, physical and magical, becoming temporarily fluid. Some particularly sensitive individuals report hearing whispers from the reflection or seeing movements in the mirrored sky that don't correspond to anything above. Professor Phileas Flitwick, whose expertise and charms makes him particularly attuned to such magical manifestations, makes a point of bringing 7th-year students to witness the equinox reflection as part of their advanced magical theory education. To understand the deepest principles of magic, he often tells them, as they stand mesmerized by the lake's perfect mirror, one must recognize that boundaries we take for granted, between form and reflection, incantation and effect, wizard and magic itself, are perhaps more permeable than we typically perceive. For the creatures dwelling beneath the surface, the equinox triggers instinctive behaviors passed down through countless generations. The merpeople observe a day of silence, communicating only through gesture and expression. The giant squid retreats to its deepest cave and remains motionless for the full 24 hours. Even the grindylows suspend their typical aggression, floating quietly among their weed forests as though in a trance. As autumn advances toward winter, the Black Lake prepares for the coming freeze in ways both practical and magical. By late November, the merpeople have completed their harvest and reinforced their dwellings against the coming cold. The giant squid has established its winter territory in the warmest part of the lake, near a thermal vent in the deepest central region. Smaller creatures have migrated to the bottom mud, or into protected caverns where they will remain until spring returns. On the shore, Hagrid can often be seen collecting samples of lake water in crystal vials. This centuries-old Hogwarts tradition involves the groundskeeper preserving water from each season to be used in the casting of protective enchantments around the school boundaries. Autumn lake water, with its unique magical properties influenced by the transformative energy of the season, is particularly valued for spells related to warding and concealment. The Black Lake in autumn serves as more than merely a picturesque feature of the Hogwarts grounds. It functions as a living calendar, a habitat, an ecosystem, and a repository of ancient magic that responds to the turning of the seasonal wheel. From the fiery reflections of September foliage to the still, deep waters of late November, awaiting winter's embrace, the lake embodies the essence of transformation that defines this most reflective of seasons. For students at Hogwarts, the lake's autumn metamorphosis often parallels their own educational journey, a time of change, of gathering resources, of preparing for challenges to come. Many a young witch or wizard has found clarity of purpose while walking its shore as golden leaves spiral down from the ancient beech tree, or gained perspective on their studies while watching the mist rise from its surface on a crisp October morning. As our exploration of the Black Lake in autumn draws to a close, the castle windows now show only darkness beyond, the lake's surface a vast expanse of obsidian beneath the stars. Yet, in our mind's eye, we can still see those perfect reflections, the mysterious movements beneath the surface, the dance of falling leaves on water that seems somehow both ordinary and otherworldly. As sleep begins to claim your thoughts, consider this. What reflections might you discover in the Black Lake's autumnal mirror, and what transformations occur beneath the surface of our own lives, as the seasons of our experience change from one state to another? Chapter 5. The Creation of Spells by the Half-Blood Prince. In the quiet hours of a winter evening, when frost etches delicate patterns across window panes, and the dormitories of Hogwarts grow still, one might imagine a solitary figure hunched over a worn textbook in the Slytherin common room. The scratching of his quill against parchment is barely audible above the crackling fire, yet those modest sounds mark the birth of spells that would one day become legend. Tonight, we delve into the shadowed genius of the young man who called himself the Half-Blood Prince, and the remarkable process through which he created original magic that would eventually find its way into the hands of Harry Potter. Severus Snape, son of Muggle Tobias Snape and witch Eileen Prince, arrived at Hogwarts in 1971, already possessing an unusual aptitude for magic that surpassed many of his peers. His half-blood status, a term he reclaimed as part of his secret identity, combined with his mother's maiden name, gave birth to the moniker Half-Blood Prince, which he inscribed in his copy of Advanced Potion-Making during his 6th year at Hogwarts. This self-appointed title reflected not only his heritage, but perhaps a touch of irony or defiance, a prince among wizards, despite his humble origins. Young Severus demonstrated exceptional talent in two particular areas, potions and spell creation. While his brilliance in potion-making would eventually lead to his position as Hogwarts Potions Master, it was his ability to invent new spells that truly showcased his innovative magical thinking. This rare skill requires not merely an understanding of established magic, but a creative intuition about the underlying principles that govern the magical world. Imagine him as a teenager, his lank black hair falling forward to shield his face as he experimented with Latin phrases, wand movements, and magical intention, the three primary components of most spell creation. The margins of his textbooks filled with crossed-out attempts, revised incantations, and meticulous notes about the effects achieved or adjustments needed. The common room would empty as other students retired to bed, leaving Severus alone with his thoughts and magical experiments. The green-tinged light of the lake windows creating an appropriate atmosphere for his increasingly complex work. The creation of a new spell is not unlike the composition of poetry or music. It requires an artistic sensibility combined with technical knowledge. Each word of an incantation must precisely channel magical intent, while wand movements direct and shape the flow of power. The wizard's mental focus provides the essential third element, binding word and motion into a cohesive magical effect. One of the first spells credited to the Half-Blood Prince was Muffliato, an ingenious charm that fills the ears of those nearby with an unidentifiable buzzing, preventing them from overhearing conversations. Consider the components of this spell. The incantation derives from the English muffle with a Latin-inspired ending, creating a hybrid word characteristic of many modern spells. The wandwork likely involves a subtle circular motion, creating an area of effect around the targets rather than affecting them directly, a sophisticated approach that avoids triggering defensive magical responses. The creation of Muffliato reveals Snape's practical approach to spellcraft. As a student often bullied and ostracized, the ability to speak privately without being overheard would have been valuable, yet the spell does not harm those affected. It merely creates a minor sensory distraction. This balance between utility and restraint characterizes many of the Half-Blood Prince's creations. More complex was Levicorpus, a non-verbal spell that hoists the target into the air by their ankle. The incantation, when written down, combines leve, raise with corpus, body, again demonstrating Snape's intuitive grasp of magical linguistics. The non-verbal aspect of the spell reflects advanced spellcraft, as non-verbal magic requires stronger mental focus and magical intent to compensate for the absence of spoken words. Levicorpus spread through Hogwarts during Snape's student years like wildfire, with many students using it without knowing its origins, a testament to its effectiveness and the appeal of its somewhat mischievous effect. Its countercharm, Levicorpus, demonstrates Snape's thoroughness as a spellcrafter. He ensured his creation had a specific remedy, rather than relying on generic counterspells that might be less effective. Perhaps the most infamous of the Half-Blood Prince's creations was Sectum Sempra, a dark spell designed for enemies as noted in the margins of his textbook. The incantation merges Sectum cut with Semper, always creating a spell that inflicts wounds as though the victim has been slashed by a sword. Wounds resistant to simple healing magic. The development of Sectum Sempra represents a darker turn in Snape's spellcrafting journey, created during his later years at Hogwarts, when his involvement with future Death Eaters was growing. This spell moves beyond defense or practical utility into the realm of deliberate harm, yet even here we see his methodical approach. He also created a counter-curse and a healing spell, Vulnera Senenter, that when chanted 3 times would first slow the bleeding, then knit the wounds, and finally remove visible traces of the injury. The process of creating such complex, interconnected spells requires not only magical talent, but a deep understanding of cause and effect within the magical realm. Snape would have spent countless hours testing and refining these spells, perhaps using them on inanimate objects before ever considering their use on living beings. The precision required explains why true spellcraft innovation is so rare in the wizarding world. Few possess both the creativity and the technical understanding necessary for such work. Imagine Severus in an abandoned classroom after hours, books spread around him, muttering variations of an incantation while directing his wand at a cushion or a piece of parchment. Each attempt would provide data. This word creates a stronger effect. This wand movement focuses the magic more precisely. This mental approach produces more consistent results. Like a scientist conducting experiments, he would refine each variable until achieving the desired outcome. Beyond these well-documented spells, The margins of the Half-Blood Prince's potions textbook held tantalizing hints of other magical innovations. Brief notations like non desiderium, no desire, suggest enchantments whose effects we can only speculate about. Perhaps a spell to suppress longing or nostalgia. Other scribbled incantations without explanation may represent works in progress or spells whose effects Snape deemed too private or dangerous to explain even in his personal notes. The magical theory behind spell creation remains one of the most advanced topics in magical education, typically reserved for specialist study after completing formal schooling. That Severus Snape was inventing effective, original spells while still a teenager speaks to his exceptional talent and intuitive grasp of magical principles. Professor Phileas Flitwick, had he known the extent of young Snape's abilities, would likely have recognized him as a once-in-a-generation talent in this particular field. Spell creation follows certain theoretical frameworks that help ensure new magic is stable and predictable. The magical resonance principle, for instance, holds that spells with incantations phonetically harmonious with their intended effects tend to be more powerful and reliable. Snape's creations often demonstrate this principle. Langlock, which glues the target's tongue to the roof of their mouth, combines language and lock into a word that almost sounds like the effect it creates when spoken. Another important consideration is the law of magical conservation, which states that more dramatic magical effects require greater power input from the caster. Snape's spells often show remarkable efficiency in this regard. Muffliato, for instance, creates a substantial effect, audio privacy with minimal magical exertion, allowing it to be maintained for extended periods without draining the caster. This efficiency speaks to Snape's elegant magical design, rather than brute force approaches that might achieve similar results with greater magical expenditure. The ethical dimensions of spell creation cannot be overlooked in any discussion of the Half-Blood Prince's work. Creating new magic carries significant responsibility, as the spells may long outlive their creator and be used in ways never intended. Sectum Sempra, discovered and used by Harry Potter years later, without understanding its effects, demonstrates this danger. One wonders if the adult Severus Snape ever regretted creating such a potentially lethal spell during his angry, isolated youth. The Ministry of Magic maintains strict regulations regarding new spell registration, with the Department of Experimental Charms overseeing the documentation and testing of magical innovations. Unsurprisingly, none of Snape's creations appear in the official registry, as an adolescent experimenting in secret, and later as a man with connections to dark wizards. Formal registration would have been neither practical nor desirable from his perspective. Yet, despite their unofficial status, spells like Livicorpus achieved widespread use, entering the practical magical vocabulary of a generation of Hogwarts students. This organic adoption represents a fascinating aspect of magical evolution. Spells that prove particularly useful or effective can spread through wizarding society regardless of their origins or official standing. The contrast between Snape's brilliance as a spellcrafter and his troubled personal life creates a poignant narrative. Here was a young man with the rare ability to shape magic itself, to create new possibilities within the wizarding world, yet unable to navigate the social and emotional challenges that defined his youth. His genius found expression in the margins of textbooks, rather than receiving the formal recognition it might have deserved under different circumstances. Perhaps most interesting is how Snape's creations reflect his personality and experiences. Muffliato speaks to a desire for privacy and protection from unwanted attention. Levicorpus, which leaves its target vulnerable and potentially embarrassed, might reflect the powerlessness he often felt. Sectum's Emperor embodies the anger and desire for retribution that grew as he faced ongoing bullying and social rejection. Each spell offers a window into the mind of its creator, magic as psychological expression. The legacy of the Half-Blood Prince's spellcraft extends far beyond Snape's lifetime. When Harry Potter discovered the annotated potions textbook in 1996, these spells found new life and new purpose. Muffliato became a vital tool for Harry, Ron, and Hermione during their hunt for Horcruxes, allowing them to discuss sensitive information even in public spaces. The magical innovations of a troubled Slytherin student ultimately helped make possible the defeat of Lord Voldemort, an irony Severus Snape might have appreciated. For aspiring spellcrafters, the Half-Blood Prince's work demonstrates several key lessons: the importance of precision in magical language, the value of thorough testing and documentation, the responsibility inherent in creating new magic, and the way personal experience can inform magical innovation. Few will ever match Snape's intuitive brilliance, but his methodical approach to development and refinement offers a model for those with more modest talents. The textbook itself, tattered, annotated, filled with cramped handwriting, became a physical embodiment of Snape's magical legacy, preserving his innovations for future discovery. When Professor Horace Slughorn stored the book in his classroom cabinet, after replacing Professor Snape as potions master, he could never have imagined the significance of what appeared to be merely an old, marked-up textbook. Such is often the way with magical innovations. Their true importance may not be recognized until long after their creation. In magical education today, spell creation remains an advanced discipline typically studied only by those pursuing careers as unspeakables, magical researchers, or specialists in experimental charms. The foundations, however, are laid throughout a wizard's education. Transfiguration teaches the principles of magical transformation, charms develops precision in magical effect, and even defense against the dark arts helps students understand the boundaries of responsible magic. Had circumstances been different, had Severus Snape chosen a different path after Hogwarts, he might have become one of the great magical innovators of his age, perhaps teaching spell creation to gifted students or developing new magic for practical applications. Instead, his creations remained largely private, known to few during his lifetime, and discovered more by accident than design after his death. As our examination of the Half-Blood Prince's spell creation draws to a close, the fire has burned low, and the room has grown quiet. We have glimpsed the remarkable mind of a wizard, who, despite his flaws and the darkness that touched his life, possessed a rare gift for shaping magic in new and ingenious ways. His creations, preserved in faded ink on yellowed pages, represent a legacy as complex and contradictory as the man himself. As sleep begins to claim your thoughts, perhaps you might consider what unwritten spells might lurk within your own imagination, and what would they reveal about your deepest needs, fears, and desires if given form through magic. Chapter 6. The Christmas Eve at Godric's Hollow. Snow falls softly on the small village of Godric's Hollow, each flake catching the golden light spilling from cottage windows and church-stained glass. The village square, with its war memorial that transforms for magical eyes into a statue of the Potters, lies beneath a pristine blanket of white. Wreaths of holly adorn doors, and enchanted icicles that never melt glisten from the eaves of wizarding homes. Throughout history, this unassuming village has witnessed Christmas Eves of profound significance to the wizarding world, some filled with joy, others marked by tragedy, all woven into the rich tapestry of magical history. Tonight, as carols drift through the frosty air, let us explore the many Christmas Eves that have shaped Godric's Hollow and the wider wizarding community. Christmas in Godric's Hollow has always carried a special resonance due to the village's deep magical heritage. Named for Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, the settlement has been home to wizarding families for centuries, their traditions blending seamlessly with those of their Muggle neighbors. On Christmas Eve, this integration becomes particularly apparent, as both magical and non-magical residents gather for celebrations, though each community experiences the holiday in subtly different ways. For wizarding families, the Christmas season at Godric's Hollow incorporates elements familiar to Muggles: decorated trees, gift exchanges, special meals, but enhanced with magical touches. Enchanted ornaments that shift colors with the mood of the household, miniature fairies serving as living tree lights, and ever-warm eggnog charmed to maintain the perfect temperature throughout the evening are just a few of the magical flourishes that make the season special. Imagine walking through the village on a Christmas Eve from centuries past, perhaps during the medieval period when magical and muggle communities were less strictly separated. The Yuletide celebrations would have been marked by great feasts and magical entertainment. Renowned magical historians believe Godric Gryffindor himself once called this village home, and legends persist of how he would enchant the village square on Christmas Eve, creating spectacular displays of magical light that seemed to the Muggle residents like particularly vivid northern lights or unusually active stars. These early celebrations established a tradition that continues in modified form today: the midnight gathering in the village square, where wizarding families discreetly perform small acts of magic to enhance the beauty of the evening. Glittering snowflakes that hang suspended in mid-air, carol books whose pages turn themselves, and lanterns containing flames in impossible colors are subtle enough to be dismissed by Muggles as holiday whimsy, while allowing the magical community to celebrate openly. In the 13th century, Godric's Hollow saw another significant Christmas Eve when Ignatius Peverell, the original owner of the invisibility cloak that would one day pass to Harry Potter, chose the holiday to formally bequeath the powerful magical object to his son. Family records preserved in wizarding archives describe a solemn ceremony held before the hearth as snow fell outside their cottage window. Ignatius, then an elderly man who sensed his time was growing short, presented the flowing silvery cloak to his heir, with words that would be repeated through generations of Peverells and eventually Potters. Use it well, not for mischief but for protection. Pass it to your own child when the time comes, and may it shield them from harm as it has shielded you. The passing of the invisibility cloak on Christmas Eve became a tradition in the family, typically occurring when the current owner sensed they had limited time remaining. This connection between Christmas and mortality, between celebration and solemn awareness of life's fragility, would become eerily prophetic in the village's later history. The 17th century brought darker times to Godric's Hollow during the height of Muggle witch hunts. Christmas Eve took on new significance as a night when wizarding families would strengthen protective enchantments around their homes, using the natural magical potency of the solstice season to enhance their spells. Village records speak of a particularly tense Christmas in 1634, when a group of witch hunters arrived in Godric's Hollow, suspicious of the unusual concentration of strange occurrences reported there. The magical residents gathered in the home of Godfrey Abbott, a skilled defensive charm specialist, while he reinforced a village-wide Muggle-repelling charm. As midnight approached, and the witch hunters began to close in on wizarding homes, Abbott's spell took effect, subtly confusing the hunters and drawing them toward the village church instead. There, the midnight Christmas service welcomed them warmly, and they became so engrossed in the celebration that their suspicions temporarily faded. By morning, a magically induced snowstorm had covered any traces of magical activity, and the hunters departed without making accusations. This event inspired the tradition of the Christmas Eve protection renewal, wherein the magical families of Godric's Hollow gather to collectively strengthen the village's defensive enchantments. The ritual continues to this day, though it now serves more as a community bonding experience than a necessity for survival. The 19th century brought another notable Christmas Eve to the village when the Dumbledore family celebrated their first holiday there, after relocating following Percival Dumbledore's imprisonment in Azkaban. Historical accounts suggest it was a subdued affair, with Kendra Dumbledore carefully maintaining the appearance of a normal family celebration for the sake of her children, Albus, Aberforth, and Ariana. Neighbors recalled seeing the glow of enchanted candles through the windows and hearing soft music, but the family did not participate in the village gathering. For young Albus Dumbledore, not yet the legendary wizard he would become, this Christmas was marked by conflicting emotions. The comfort of family tradition set against the painful absence of his father, and the responsibility he felt toward his troubled sister. In his personal writings, discovered long after his death, Dumbledore referred to this Christmas as the night I first understood that joy and sorrow could occupy the same moment. like light and shadow inseparable from each other. The most famous and tragic Christmas Eve in Godric's Hollow's history came in 1981, just weeks after the fall of Lord Voldemort. The village had been the site of the Dark Lord's temporary defeat, and the deaths of James and Lily Potter on Halloween night. By Christmas, their cottage stood as a ruined monument, preserved in its damaged state as a reminder of their sacrifice. The magical community had only begun to emerge from years of terror, and the holiday served as both a celebration of newfound freedom and a solemn remembrance of those lost in the war. Wizarding families from across Britain made pilgrimages to Godric's Hollow that Christmas Eve, standing in silent vigil outside the Potter cottage. Hundreds of magical candles floated in the air around the property, their flames impervious to the falling snow. Messages of gratitude were left at the gate, alongside toys for the infant Harry, now famously the boy who lived, though none knew he had been taken to live with Muggle relatives far from the wizarding world. Bathilda Bagshot, the renowned magical historian who lived nearby, described the scene in her correspondence. "Never have I witnessed such a profound mixture of jubilation and mourning. Strangers embraced in the street, both laughing and weeping, children too young to understand the significance played in the snow, while their parents stood with solemn faces, wands lit in tribute. It was as though the entire community needed to mark both an ending and a beginning, and found in Christmas Eve the perfect symbolic moment to do so." The memorial that now stands in the village square, appearing to Muggle eyes as a war monument, but revealing itself to magical visitors as a statue of James, Lily, and baby Harry, was unveiled on Christmas Eve of 1982, exactly 1 year after that first spontaneous gathering. The date was chosen deliberately to establish an annual moment of remembrance within a season of hope, a duality that reflected the complicated emotions of the post-war wizarding world. 15 years passed before another Christmas Eve of great significance would unfold in Godric's Hollow. In 1997, as the Second Wizarding War raged and Lord Voldemort's power grew daily, Harry Potter returned to his birthplace for the first time since his parents' murder. Accompanied by Hermione Granger, he came seeking both connections to his past and possible clues to Voldemort's defeat. The village Harry encountered was little changed from the one his parents had known. Snow covered the cottage gardens and the village square, and lights glowed warmly from windows. The sound of hymns echoed from the small church where, unknown to Harry, his parents lay buried in the adjacent graveyard. For a brief moment, watching families make their way to midnight service, Harry experienced a sense of what his life might have been had tragedy not intervened. A normal Christmas Eve with family, perhaps walking these same snowy paths hand in hand with his parents. In the churchyard, Harry and Hermione discovered not only the graves of Lily and James Potter, but also that of Ignotus Peverell, creating a connection to the Deathly Hallows that would prove crucial in Harry's ultimate confrontation with Voldemort. This Christmas Eve visit became a pivotal moment in Harry's journey, providing both emotional closure and vital information. The events that followed, their narrow escape from Nagini, who had been lying in wait inside Bathilda Bagshot's home, added another layer to Godric's Hollow's complex Christmas history. Once again, the holiday became a backdrop for both revelation and danger, for connection to the past and confrontation with present threats. In the years following Voldemort's final defeat, Christmas Eve in Godric's Hollow underwent yet another transformation. The village became a place of pilgrimage, not only for those honoring the Potter's sacrifice, but also for those celebrating Harry's ultimate victory. The modest graveyard, with its ancient magical names and newer memorials to those lost in both wizarding wars, draws visitors who leave enchanted flowers that bloom eternally regardless of season. Contemporary celebrations have evolved into a nuanced blend of commemoration and joy. Magical families gather in the village square at sunset, beginning with a moment of silence for the fallen before transitioning to a festival atmosphere. Children release luminous balloons, magical creations that float upward to join the stars, each carrying a message of hope for the coming year. Traditional wizarding carols, with verses unfamiliar to Muggle ears, blend with more universal holiday music. The cottage where the Potters lived and died remains preserved as a historical site, though access is restricted to certain days of the year. On Christmas Eve, however, the garden gate is open to visitors who may leave messages or small tokens of remembrance. Harry Potter himself has been known to visit occasionally, sometimes accompanied by his own children, continuing the connection between his family and this significant place. For the broader wizarding community, Godric's Hollow at Christmas represents a microcosm of their shared history, the blend of ordinary life with extraordinary magic, the coexistence with the Muggle world, the cycles of darkness and light that have defined their experience. The village embodies resilience, the way magic endures through generations despite challenges and threats, always finding new expressions while honoring ancient traditions. Imagine standing in the village square on Christmas Eve today. Snow falls silently around you, and golden light spills from cottage windows. Muggle and magical families make their way to various celebrations, their paths crossing in ways neither fully understands. In the churchyard, enchanted roses bloom impossibly through the snow on certain graves, marking them as resting places of magical significance. The memorial in the square shifts subtly between its two forms as different observers pass by, both versions honoring sacrifice, but in ways tailored to different understandings. As midnight approaches, the bells of the parish church begin to ring, their sound carried across the village on the clear winter air. For a brief moment, as snow swirls and stars shine overhead, the boundaries between magical and mundane, past and present, celebration and remembrance seem to blur. This is the essence of Christmas Eve in Godric's Hollow, a time when the full spectrum of human and magical experience converges in a single snow-covered village that has witnessed so much of wizarding history. The homes of current magical residents might contain elements both ancient and modern, a traditional Yule log burning beside a wireless playing Celestina Warbeck's latest holiday hit, children tracking Santa's progress on enchanted maps, while their grandparents tell stories of Christmases from wizarding history, plates of traditional pudding served alongside Honeydukes' newest festive treats. Each family creates their own blend of tradition and innovation, much as the village itself has evolved, while maintaining its essential character. For students home from Hogwarts, Christmas in Godric's Hollow offers a chance to practice magic freely, away from school restrictions but still within a community that understands and appreciates their abilities. Young witches and wizards might demonstrate their growing skills for proud parents, perhaps helping to enchant the Christmas dinner or add magical flourishes to decorations. These small domestic uses of magic, a warming charm here, a levitation spell there, connect them to generations of young magic users who have done the same in these cottages for centuries. As our exploration of Christmas Eve in Godric's Hollow draws to a close, the village settles into the deep quiet of a winter night. Snow continues to fall, covering footprints and creating a canvas unmarked by time or history. For now, the weight of significant events lifts, and Godric's Hollow becomes simply a beautiful village on a winter night, full of ordinary families celebrating in ways both magical and mundane. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might wonder, if you could visit Godric's Hollow on Christmas Eve, which era would you choose to witness, and what message might you leave at the gate of a cottage that has seen so much of wizarding history unfold within its walls? Chapter 7. The Bloodstained History of the Bloody Baron. The torches in the ancient stone corridors of Hogwarts burn lower as midnight approaches, casting long shadows that seem to reach like grasping fingers across the walls. It is in these darkest hours, when the castle grows still and most of its inhabitants slumber, that one might glimpse a silvery figure drifting silently through the dungeons, a gaunt man with blank, staring eyes, his spectral robes stained with gleaming silver blood that neither dries nor fades. The chains he wears clink softly as he moves, though they appear to bind nothing. This is the Bloody Baron, the ghost of Slytherin House, whose tragic tale stretches back through the centuries to the very founding of Hogwarts itself. Tonight, As darkness gathers, let us explore the blood-stained history that condemned this spirit to an eternity of silent remorse. Unlike many of Hogwarts' ghosts, who readily share the circumstances of their demise with curious students, the Bloody Baron maintains an impenetrable silence regarding his past. His is a solitary existence, drifting through the castle's lower reaches, occasionally emitting bone-chilling moans that echo through the corridors. Even the other ghosts give him a wide berth, respecting both his desire for solitude and the darkness that seems to emanate from his presence. To understand the Baron's story, we must return to the early days of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, around the end of the 10th century, when the four founders were still working together to establish their revolutionary approach to magical education. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin had created an institution unlike any the wizarding world had seen before, a place where young witches and wizards could safely develop their abilities under proper guidance. In those early years, each founder personally selected students who embodied the qualities they most valued. Salazar Slytherin, with his appreciation for ambition, cunning, and magical heritage, gathered around him students from established wizarding families who demonstrated sharp minds and strong magical potential. Among these early Slytherins was a young nobleman known today only as the Baron. Imagine a tall, austere young man with aristocratic features and piercing eyes, his dark robes adorned with silver embroidery befitting his status. Historical accounts suggest he came from a powerful wizarding family with connections to both the magical nobility of Britain and influential houses on the continent. His magical abilities were considerable, particularly in areas that would later be classified as the dark arts, though such distinctions were less clearly drawn in that era. The Baron's bearing was proud, perhaps even haughty, and his temper was legendary among his peers. Yet Salazar Slytherin saw in him the qualities he most prized: determination, magical prowess, and an unwavering commitment to preserving wizarding traditions. The young Baron quickly became one of Slytherin's favored students, entrusted with responsibilities beyond those given to others his age. It was during these formative years at Hogwarts that the Baron first encountered Helena Ravenclaw, the only daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw and a student selected for her mother's house. Helena possessed both her mother's legendary beauty and her remarkable intelligence, but historical accounts suggest she also harbored a deep-seated insecurity about living in her brilliant mother's shadow. Picture Helena in the castle's library, surrounded by ancient texts, her long dark hair falling across parchment as she studied by candlelight, perhaps searching for knowledge that might distinguish her from Rowena. It was possibly in such a setting that the Baron first became enchanted with her dedication to learning matching his own intensity, her quick mind challenging his in ways few others could. What began as intellectual respect appears to have developed, at least on the Baron's part, into a powerful infatuation. Medieval accounts from other students of the era describe his persistent attempts to gain Helena's favor, elaborate enchanted gifts appearing at her place in the Great Hall, rare magical texts procured specifically to interest her, and public declarations of his admiration that Helena received with increasing discomfort. While the Baron's feelings grew stronger, Helena's response remained polite but distant. She valued their intellectual discussions, but showed no inclination toward the romantic connection he desired. This rejection, however gently delivered, wounded the Baron's pride deeply. For a young man, accustomed to achieving whatever he set his mind to, Helena's indifference was perhaps the first significant desire he could not fulfill through determination or magical skill. The tension between them might have remained merely an uncomfortable aspect of life at Hogwarts had more dramatic events not intervened. As historical accounts suggest, Helena eventually made the fateful decision to steal her mother's diadem, a powerful magical object said to enhance the wisdom of the wearer. Whether motivated by jealousy, a desire to prove herself independently brilliant, or some more complex emotion, Helena fled Hogwarts with the diadem, disappearing into the continent. Rowena Ravenclaw, despite her legendary intelligence, was unable to recover either her daughter or her precious diadem. As years passed and her health began to fail, she kept Helena's theft a secret from the other founders, her pride perhaps preventing her from admitting this painful betrayal. On her deathbed, however, Ravenclaw finally revealed the truth to one person whom she believed might succeed where she had failed. The Baron, whose feelings for Helena had never diminished despite the passage of time. Imagine the scene in Ravenclaw's final hours. The brilliant founder, now frail and diminished, summoning the Baron to her bedside. With labored breath, she would have told him of Helena's location in a remote forest in Albania, where rumors suggested she had hidden herself away. Ravenclaw's request was simple yet loaded with unspoken complexity. Find Helena, tell her of her mother's impending death, and bring her home for a final reconciliation. For the Baron, this mission represented not only a chance to fulfill the dying wish of a founder, but also an opportunity to finally confront the woman who had rejected him, and perhaps win her regard through this service. With Ravenclaw's blessing and his own heart full of conflicting emotions, he set out for Albania immediately. The journey was long and difficult, magical transportation being less developed in that era. By the time the Baron tracked Helena to her forest hideaway, Rowena Ravenclaw had likely already passed from this world, though historical accounts differ on the precise timing. What is certain is that the Baron found Helena, living in isolation, still in possession of the stolen diadem, but finding that its wisdom brought her little joy or peace. The conversation that followed has been pieced together from various historical sources and the reluctant testimony of Helena herself, now the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw Tower. The Baron delivered news of Rowena's failing health and pleaded with Helena to return to Hogwarts. When she refused, whether from shame, stubbornness, or fear of facing the consequences of her actions, the Baron's infamous temper finally erupted. What began as persuasion turned to demands, then to threats, and finally to violence. In a moment of uncontrolled rage, the Baron drew his dagger and stabbed Helena, fatally wounding her. As her life ebbed away, the full horror of his actions crashed upon him. He had killed the woman he claimed to love, betrayed the trust Rowena Ravenclaw had placed in him, and destroyed any chance of the reconciliation he had been sent to facilitate. Overcome with remorse, and unable to bear the weight of his crime, the Baron turned his blade upon himself, taking his own life beside Helena's body. Thus ended the mortal lives of two of Hogwarts' early students, their promising futures extinguished by passion, pride, and uncontrolled anger. Yet death was not the end of their story. Both Helena and the Baron returned as ghosts, their spirits bound to the earthly plane by the powerful emotions and unresolved conflicts of their final moments. Helena became the Grey Lady, the ethereal ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, while the Baron returned to Hogwarts bearing the visible evidence of his crime for all eternity, his robes forever stained with his own blood, and Helena's silver chains of self-imposed penance wrapped around his form. The founders who still lived, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin, were confronted with the shocking return of their former students in spectral form. Historical accounts suggest that Slytherin, in particular, was deeply affected by the Baron's fate. Some scholars believe this tragedy contributed to the growing rift between Slytherin and the other founders, as he may have felt his judgment in selecting the Baron had been proven catastrophically flawed. Over the centuries that followed, the Bloody Baron established himself as one of the most terrifying presences at Hogwarts. Unlike merely Headless Nick, who embraces his role as Gryffindor's friendly, ghostly representative, or the Fat Friar, who continues his generous nature in death as he did in life, the Baron cultivates an aura of menace and mystery. His appearance alone, the blank staring eyes, the blood-soaked robes, the heavy chains, is enough to send first-year students running in the opposite direction. Yet for all his frightening demeanor, the Baron serves several important functions within Hogwarts. As the ghost of Slytherin House, he acts as a spectral guardian of its traditions and values. He is known to appear unexpectedly when Slytherin students are breaking school rules or engaging in behavior that might reflect poorly on their house. His silent presence often enough to deter further misconduct. More significantly, the Baron is the only entity at Hogwarts who can exercise any control over Peeves the poltergeist. When Peeves' chaotic antics exceed even Hogwarts' generous tolerance for magical mischief, the Baron can be summoned to restore order. A single word from those blood-stained lips is enough to subdue the normally irrepressible poltergeist, a testament to the powerful aura of authority and dread the Baron maintains even in death. This unusual relationship between the Baron and Peeves has never been fully explained. Some magical historians speculate that during his life, the Baron may have mastered certain forms of spirit magic that give him influence over non-human magical entities like poltergeists. Others suggest more simply that Peeves, despite his anarchic nature, retains enough respect for the Founder's era to heed the Baron's commands. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of the Baron's eternal existence is his relationship with Helena, now the Grey Lady. For over 1,000 years these two spirits have haunted the same castle, forever connected by their tragic end, yet maintaining a careful distance. The Baron respects Helena's desire to avoid him, never approaching her directly or attempting to speak of their shared past. This eternal separation serves as part of his self-imposed penance, an acknowledgement that his actions destroyed any possibility of reconciliation. Students at Hogwarts occasionally glimpse moments that hint at this complex relationship, the Baron abruptly changing direction in a corridor when the Grey Lady appears, or Helena's expression growing even more sorrowful when she senses his presence nearby. The entire castle serves as a stage for their eternal, silent dance of avoidance and regret. Over the centuries, many Hogwarts headmasters have attempted to help the Baron find peace and perhaps move on from the earthly plane. Albus Dumbledore, with his profound understanding of the human heart, once gently suggested to the Baron that true penance might involve forgiving himself as well as seeking forgiveness from others. The Baron responded only with a hollow moan that echoed through the dungeons for days afterward, suggesting that self-forgiveness remained as impossible for him as it had been for the previous millennia. The Baron's existence raises profound questions about the nature of ghosts in the wizarding world. Most choose to remain as imprints of their former selves because of fear of death, fear of what might lie beyond, fear of unfinished business left behind. But the Baron's case suggests another motivation entirely: self-punishment. His ghostly existence appears to be a deliberate choice to remain and suffer for his crimes, rather than moving on to whatever afterlife might await him. This perspective casts his frightening appearance and behavior in a different light. The chains he wears were not part of his death. Historical accounts confirm he died by his own hand with a dagger, not in chains. Rather, the spectral bindings appeared when he returned as a ghost, visible manifestations of his guilt and self-imposed imprisonment. Similarly, while his robes are stained with real blood from his mortal end, the silver gleam that never fades seems to be an eternal reminder, specifically designed to prevent him from ever forgetting his crime. For Slytherin students throughout Hogwarts history, the Baron serves as a complex symbol. On one hand, his story is a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition and passion, qualities often associated with their house. On the other, his eternal penance demonstrates the capacity for profound remorse and the acceptance of consequences, showing that even in his darkest moment, he ultimately held himself accountable for his actions. Some Slytherin prefects through the centuries have established a tradition of acknowledging the Baron on the anniversary of his death, though the exact date has been lost to history. A single silver rose, transfigured from an ordinary flower, is left in the dungeon corridor he most frequently haunts. The Baron never acknowledges these offerings directly, but long-term residents of the castle report that his moans grow somewhat less agonized on these days, suggesting perhaps that the recognition of his continuing existence provides some small measure of comfort. The broader wizarding community knows little of the Baron's story, as it remains primarily within Hogwarts walls. Yet for those who study the philosophy and nature of death in the magical world, the Baron represents a fascinating case study in how guilt, remorse, and the desire for punishment can bind a spirit to the earthly plane more effectively than any magical enchantment. Modern magical historians have attempted to identify the Baron's mortal name and family connections, but the records from Hogwarts' earliest days are fragmentary at best. Some evidence suggests he may have been connected to a powerful Anglo-Saxon wizarding family whose line eventually merged with the House of Black, while other scholars believe he had continental origins, perhaps from a French or Italian magical noble house. The Baron himself offers no clarification, maintaining his thousand-year silence on personal matters. What can be said with certainty is that the Baron's presence at Hogwarts serves as a living, or rather, non-living connection to the school's earliest days. He walked the halls when the founders themselves taught classes. He witnessed the construction of magical features that modern students take for granted. His existence spans the entire history of Britain's premier magical institution, making him, despite his fearsome reputation, one of its most valuable historical resources, if only he were willing to share what he has seen. As our exploration of the Bloody Baron's blood-stained history draws to a close, the spectral figure continues his eternal patrol of the dungeons, chains clinking softly in the darkness. His is a cautionary tale of how a single moment of uncontrolled rage can lead to consequences that echo through eternity, a lesson written not in parchment or stone, but in silver blood that will never fade, and chains that will never break. As sleep begins to claim your thoughts, perhaps you might consider which is the truer form of justice, the punishment imposed by others, or the guilt we place upon ourselves when we fully recognize the impact of our actions. Chapter 8. The Power of Unicorn Blood. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, where ancient trees grow so closely together that daylight barely penetrates their canopy, there exists a clearing known only to the forest's most secretive denizens. Here, when the moon is new, and the night at its darkest, silvery creatures of impossible grace sometimes gather to drink from a hidden spring. These are unicorns, beings of such purity and magic that even to glimpse one is considered a rare blessing. Yet tonight, as shadows deepen around us, we must explore one of the wizarding world's most taboo subjects, the terrible power of unicorn blood, its forbidden uses, and the dire consequences that befall those desperate or corrupted enough to spill it. Unlike the benign applications of unicorn hair, which we explored in an earlier chapter, unicorn blood represents the darkest extreme of magical substances, not because of any inherent evil within it, but because obtaining it requires committing an act so heinous that it fractures the perpetrator's very soul. The silvery substance flows through unicorn veins as the essence of life and purity itself, carrying magical properties so potent that even the most immoral of magical researchers hesitate to document them fully. Imagine the unicorn in its natural habitat, a creature of gleaming white coat and spiraled golden horn, moving with ethereal grace through the dappled shadows of the forest. Its large, intelligent eyes reflect wisdom and innocence in equal measure. Every step it takes seems barely to touch the earth, as though the unicorn exists partially in our world and partially in some more perfect realm. This is the being whose life must be violently extinguished to harvest its blood, a crime against magic itself. Throughout magical history, unicorn blood has been known primarily for one extraordinary property. It can keep alive one who is on the verge of death, even if they are seconds from their final breath. No matter how grievous the injury, how terminal the illness, or how ancient the body, unicorn blood can tether the drinker to life with unmatched effectiveness. This power surpasses even the most advanced healing potions, the elixir of life derived from the Philosopher's Stone, or the regenerative properties of phoenix tears. But this life-preserving power comes with what wizard philosophers have called the perfect price, a consequence so precisely matched to the crime that it seems almost like a law of magical nature rather than a mere side effect. From the moment unicorn blood touches the lips of the drinker, they are cursed to live a half-life, a cursed life. Their physical existence continues, but something essential to true living is irreparably damaged. The nature of this curse has been described differently by the few historical accounts available. Some speak of a shadow that falls across the soul, dimming every joy and amplifying every sorrow. Others describe a severance from the natural world, flowers wilting at the touch, animals fleeing in terror, even food turning tasteless in the mouth. Still others report an erosion of magical ability, spells becoming unpredictable or requiring greater effort to cast. What all accounts agree upon is that the drinker's continued existence becomes a form of living death, survival without fulfillment, extension without purpose. Perhaps the most comprehensive historical account comes from Hector Dagworth Granger, the noted 17th century potion master who interviewed a dying wizard who had consumed unicorn blood decades earlier to survive a chimera attack. The subject described his subsequent decades as watching life through a veil of gray mist, unable to truly touch or be touched by the world. Though he had married and raised children in the years following his salvation by unicorn blood, he confessed that he had felt nothing but the palest shadow of love for his family, an intellectual recognition of attachment rather than the emotional experience of it. The magical theory behind this curse is complex but illuminating. Unicorns represent magical purity in its most concentrated form, creatures uncorrupted by duplicity, cruelty, or selfishness. To kill such a being for personal gain represents the ultimate magical selfishness, creating a fundamental spiritual disharmony. The universe, or magic itself, appears to enforce a balance. The unnaturally extended life comes at the cost of everything that makes life worth living. Despite these horrific consequences, the history of the wizarding world contains scattered instances of individuals desperate enough to commit unicorn slaughter. Typically, these were dark wizards or witches seeking to extend their lives long enough to find more permanent solutions to mortality, or those in such dire circumstances that even a cursed half-life seemed preferable to death. The most notable recent case, of course, was that of Lord Voldemort during his spectral existence, after his failed attempt to kill the infant Harry Potter. Reduced to less than a spirit, yet somehow tethered to the physical world, Voldemort found himself in the ultimate state of magical desperation. Through his possession of Professor Quirinus Quirrell, he hunted unicorns in the forbidden forest surrounding Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, sustaining his parasitic existence through their blood, while seeking access to the Philosopher's Stone. Imagine the terrible scene that Harry Potter stumbled upon during his detention in the forest. A cloaked figure bent over the fallen form of a unicorn, silvery blood gleaming in the moonlight, as it was consumed by the Dark Lord. Even Voldemort, with his soul already splintered by multiple Horcruxes and his humanity dramatically compromised, was not immune to the consequences of this act. The unicorn blood could sustain his tenuous existence, but could not restore him to true life or power. Beyond its life-preserving properties, unicorn blood has been rumored to possess other magical attributes so dangerous that the Department of Mysteries maintains strict classification protocols for any research involving it. Ancient texts refer to its use in certain forgotten rituals designed to pierce the veil between life and death, allowing communication with those who have passed beyond. Unlike the Resurrection Stone, which produces pale imitations or shades of the deceased, these rituals supposedly enabled true communion with the dead, at terrible cost to both the summoner and the summoned. The 14th century dark wizard Echrisdus, creator of the fortress that would later become Azkaban prison, was rumored to have conducted such rituals using the blood of unicorns captured and transported to his remote North Sea island. Witnesses who later explored the abandoned fortress reported finding rooms where the very walls seemed to echo with agonized voices, suggesting that whatever barrier normally separates the living from the dead had been permanently weakened in those spaces. Equally disturbing are accounts from the early 18th century of attempts to use unicorn blood in experimental potions designed to enhance magical ability. The Diary of Pervel Nightshade, a potion mistress later imprisoned for her unethical experiments, describes creating a solution of unicorn blood, diluted with basilisk venom and powdered grabhorn horn. The 3 test subjects who consumed her concoction did indeed experience a temporary but dramatic increase in magical power, spells cast with 3 or 4 times their normal strength. But within days, all 3 lost the ability to control their magic entirely. Their wild, unrestrained power eventually consumed them from within, leaving nothing but charred remains where wizards had stood. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures maintains unicorns as Class XXX creatures, dangerous and requiring specialist knowledge, not because they pose a threat to wizards, but to protect them from those who might exploit them. Unicorn habitats are subject to some of the most powerful protective enchantments the Ministry can produce, and unauthorized entry to these areas carries severe magical penalties. The most extensive unicorn sanctuary in Britain lies deep within the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, protected not only by the forest's inherent dangers, but also by ancient enchantments dating back to the Founder's era. Rubeus Hagrid, in his role as Keeper of Keys and Grounds, takes his responsibility toward these creatures particularly seriously, conducting regular patrols to check for signs of poachers or injured unicorns requiring assistance. Hagrid's approach to unicorn conservation exemplifies the ethical relationship wizards should maintain with these creatures. He collects naturally shed unicorn hairs for use in wand making and potions, oversees the respectful harvesting of their tail hairs, given willingly and painlessly in exchange for treats they particularly enjoy, and ensures the forest remains a safe haven for the herd. In return, the unicorns of the Forbidden Forest sometimes allow Hagrid closer proximity than they would permit most humans, particularly males. The contrast between this symbiotic relationship and the violent exploitation represented by unicorn blood harvesting could not be more stark. One approach acknowledges the unicorn's agency and dignity, the other reduces a magical marvel to merely a resource to be consumed. This distinction lies at the heart of many philosophical debates within the wizarding community about the proper relationship between wizards and magical creatures. Beyond the moral and magical consequences for the individual who consumes unicorn blood, the act of unicorn slaughter has broader implications for the surrounding environment. Areas where unicorn blood has been spilled become magically tainted for decades afterward. Plants growing in such soil produce fruits with unpredictable properties. Magical creatures avoid these locations instinctively, and spells cast there often manifest in distorted or unintended ways. During the First Wizarding War, certain followers of Lord Voldemort deliberately slaughtered unicorns at locations they wished to render magically uninhabitable to their enemies, a practice so abhorrent that even some Death Eaters refused to participate. The environmental damage from these acts persists to this day in certain remote forests, creating dead zones where magic itself seems wounded. The healing of such sites requires complex magical remediation performed by specialists from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, working in conjunction with master herbologists. The process involves transplanting specific magical plants known for their purifying properties, moonflowers, singing myrtles and aurora vines, alongside a series of cleansing rituals performed at specific lunar phases. Even with these interventions, the complete restoration of a tainted site can take a century or more. For the unicorn herd affected by such a loss, the social and emotional impact runs deep. These are not merely animals, but highly intelligent magical beings with complex social structures and long memories. A herd that has lost a member to violence may abandon their traditional territory entirely, disrupting ancient migration patterns and potentially bringing them into conflict with other magical creatures, or even Muggle developments if they stray beyond traditional wizarding protections. Researchers who have studied unicorn behavior, observing from a respectful distance with the aid of long-range magical instruments, report that herds conduct what appear to be mourning rituals for slain members. The entire group gathers in a circle around the location where their companion fell, their horns lowered toward the center. Over several hours, a soft musical vibration emanates from their horns, creating harmonies of such profound sorrow that even distant observers report experiencing overwhelming emotional responses. After this ritual, unicorns may press their horns to the ground where the blood was spilled, seemingly attempting to counter its corruption with their own magic. While they cannot fully heal the damage done, their efforts appear to contain it, preventing the magical taint from spreading further into their territory. The rarity of unicorn blood as a magical substance has, paradoxically, helped limit its exploitation. Even during humanity's darkest periods of magical experimentation, the difficulty of capturing unicorns, combined with the well-known consequences of harming them, has kept such crimes relatively uncommon. Additionally, unicorn blood loses its miraculous properties rapidly after collection. Within hours it coagulates into a silvery solid that, while still magically powerful, no longer possesses the ability to preserve life. This rapid deterioration makes it impossible to stockpile or trade in unicorn blood, meaning each instance of its use requires a fresh crime. This characteristic has prevented the development of a black market trade that might otherwise have led to widespread poaching, as has occurred with other valuable magical substances like dragon eggs or demiguise pelts. Beyond the wizarding world, unicorns occupy a unique place in Muggle mythology and folklore. While Muggles believe these creatures to be purely fictional, their stories contain surprising elements of truth, particularly regarding the unicorn's purity, its healing properties, and the terrible consequences of harming it. These parallels suggest either ancient knowledge that survived the implementation of the International Statute of Secrecy, or some deeper, universal recognition of the unicorn's special status that transcends the division between magical and non-magical understanding. Some magical philosophers have proposed that unicorns represent a kind of moral absolute within the magical ecosystem, beings whose very existence defines and reinforces the boundary between ethical and unethical magic. Their blood, in this perspective, is not merely a substance with extraordinary properties, but a symbol of the price exacted when wizards attempt to circumvent the natural limitations of life and death through corrupt means. This philosophical framework helps explain why unicorn blood carries such specific consequences. Unlike other dark magical practices, which might corrupt the practitioner gradually over time, or inflict different punishments depending on intention or circumstance, the drinking of unicorn blood imposes a uniform curse, regardless of the individual's motivations. Whether taken in desperate self-preservation or coldly calculated immortality-seeking, the result is the same: a half-life, a cursed life. The universality of this consequence suggests something beyond ordinary magic at work, a fundamental principle or law that governs the relationship between magical actions and their outcomes. Some have compared it to the laws of transfiguration, or the limitations of conjuring food, not merely rules established by wizarding authorities, but underlying truths about how magic functions within the world. For students of magical ethics, the case of unicorn blood provides a uniquely clear illustration of magical consequences. Unlike many dark practices where the damage to one's soul might remain invisible or subjective, the effects of consuming unicorn blood manifest in undeniable, consistent ways. This makes it a common subject in advanced defense against the dark arts education, where it serves as a cautionary example of magic that offers apparent benefits while exacting costs far greater than most could anticipate. Professor Severus Snape, during his tenure teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, was known to include a particularly sobering lesson on unicorn blood for sixth-year students. According to former pupils, he would begin the class by dimming the lights and conjuring a small vial containing a silvery liquid that perfectly resembled unicorn blood, though it was actually a harmless potion of his own creation designed for educational purposes. Before you, he would say, in his characteristic soft, commanding tone, is the appearance of a substance that represents the ultimate magical temptation and the ultimate magical warning. There exists no better example in our world of the principle that magic offering to circumvent the natural order comes with a commensurate price. Remember this: if you remember nothing else from your education, there is no magical shortcut without magical consequence, and those who seek to cheat death find themselves cheated of life in turn. As our exploration of unicorn blood draws to a close, we're left with perhaps the most profound magical paradox: a substance that perfectly preserves life while rendering it barely worth living. The power to cheat death exists within the silvery fluid, but at a cost so terrible that all but the most desperate or corrupted wizards recoil from its use. In this balance, this perfect alignment of transgression and consequence, we find a reflection of deeper magical truths about integrity, natural order, and the proper limitations of wizard-kind's power. As sleep begins to claim your thoughts, perhaps consider this question: what does our reverence for the unicorn and our universal taboo against harming it reveal about the values that unite the wizarding world across all its diverse cultures and traditions, and what boundaries should exist between our desires and our actions when magic makes so much possible? Chapter 9. The Changing Seasons at Hogwarts. Time at Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry flows according to its own peculiar magic, marked not merely by the turning of calendar pages, but by the distinctive transformations that each season brings to the ancient castle and its sprawling grounds. As we settle by our fire this evening, let us embark on a journey through the yearly cycle at Britain's premier magical institution, a place where the changing seasons are not simply weather patterns, but magical phenomena that influence everything from the castle's architecture to the curriculum taught within its walls. Our journey begins where the school year itself begins, in autumn, when the Hogwarts Express steams across the countryside, carrying students from platform 9 3/4 to Hogsmeade Station. September at Hogwarts brings crisp air scented with pine from the Forbidden Forest, and the earthy aroma of turning soil from the vegetable patches beside Hagrid's hut. The Great Lake reflects skies of deepening blue, occasionally rippled by the giant squid stretching its tentacles toward the cooling surface. Imagine standing on the steps of the castle entrance as returning students flood through the massive oak doors, their black robes billowing in the autumn breeze, the excitement of reunion and fresh beginnings humming in the air. Above, the castle's many towers are silhouetted against skies where swifts and magical jobberknolls perform their aerial acrobatics before the coming winter will drive them to warmer climes. The magic of Hogwarts responds subtly to autumn's arrival. Torch brackets throughout the castle begin to ignite earlier, each evening, their flames burning with slightly warmer tones of amber and gold. Perhaps most magnificent is the transformation of the Whomping Willow, that temperamental sentinel planted during the early 1970s. Unlike ordinary deciduous trees, the Whomping Willow changes color all at once, its leaves turning from green to brilliant crimson overnight, usually during the first week of October. For a single day, it ceases its violent swinging to stand in spectacular crimson glory, before shedding all its leaves the following dawn in a swirling vortex of red that students have learned to avoid, as the leaves retain the tree's aggressive enchantment for several hours after falling. The Forbidden Forest undergoes its own transformation as autumn deepens. The centaur herds move from their summer grazing grounds to more sheltered clearings, reading the changing stars for portents of the winter to come. The strahls become more visible as the forest canopy thins, their skeletal forms gliding between bare branches on silent wings. The unicorns, whose coats will gradually shift from gold to silver as winter approaches, begin to gather in protected glades where the earliest frost crystallizes into patterns of extraordinary magical potency. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall captures the season perfectly, displaying spectacular sunsets that linger longer than their natural counterparts, as though Hogwarts wishes to ease its inhabitants gently into the earlier darkness. In the greenhouses, Professor Sprout oversees the autumn harvesting of magical plants that reach their potency with the equinox. Second-year students might find themselves collecting bouncing bulbs, whose vibrations intensify as the temperature drops, while seventh-years carefully prune venomous tentacula, which become more docile during the autumn months, though no less dangerous if mishandled. There is ongoing debate among the faculty about whether this is due to the castle's high elevation, ancient weather charms embedded in its foundations, or simply the concentration of magical energy that has accumulated over 1,000 years of spellcasting. Whatever the cause, Hogwarts snow possesses qualities not found in ordinary precipitation. Snowflakes that fall on the castle grounds are larger and more intricate in their crystalline structure than those in the Muggle world. When examined closely, they sometimes form perfect miniature images of magical creatures or tiny animated scenes from wizarding history. Magical frost at Hogwarts forms in intricate patterns that sometimes resemble runes or constellations, particularly on the greenhouses and the stones surrounding the Great Lake. Early rising students occasionally report seeing these frost patterns rearrange themselves, though by the time professors can be summoned to investigate, the sun has inevitably melted the evidence. The first snow typically arrives at Hogwarts earlier than in the surrounding regions, often during the last week of November. The castle itself seems to settle into the rhythms of the academic year as autumn progresses. Staircases that might change direction unpredictably during summer months establish more regular patterns, as though accommodating the students' need to reach classrooms on time. Drafts that whistle through corridors find themselves mysteriously blocked, and fireplaces that have lain cold since spring burst into cheerful flames that require no tending. As October yields to November, the grounds are transformed by frost that glitters with more than natural brilliance. First years delight in catching these flakes on their mittens and watching the microscopic dramas unfold before the heat of their hands causes the snow to melt. Winter at Hogwarts arrives with a magnificent transformation of the castle interior. By December, the 12 Christmas trees in the Great Hall reach nearly to the enchanted ceiling, decorated with everlasting icicles and real, warm gold fairies that flutter from branch to branch. Suits of armor throughout the corridors are charmed to sing carols, often with results more enthusiastic than melodious, and mistletoe appears in unexpected doorways, sometimes infested with nargles if one believes certain Ravenclaw accounts. The corridors, less traveled now, grow remarkably warm despite the stone walls and high ceilings, as though the castle itself has drawn its energy inward to protect those who remain within. January brings the deepest cold to Hogwarts, when even magical fires struggle against drafts that seep through stone, laid a millennium ago. Yet this is when some of the most spectacular winter phenomena occur. Ice flowers bloom on the inside of windows in the highest towers, growing in real time like crystalline gardens, each petal and leaf forming before astonished eyes. The lake freezes solid enough for skating, though students are strictly warned against venturing too far from shore, as the merpeople maintain liquid pathways beneath the ice for their winter hunting. On particularly cold mornings, their haunting songs sometimes echo through the ice in eerie, beautiful harmonies that carry all the way to the castle windows. For those who remain at Hogwarts during the Christmas holidays, the castle offers a more intimate experience of winter magic. With most students departed, the remaining few enjoy special privileges, relaxed curfews, more personal attention from remaining staff, and the magnificent Christmas feast served at a single table rather than the usual 4. The transition from winter to spring at Hogwarts is not the gradual awakening observed in the Muggle world, but rather a sudden, almost orchestrated transformation that typically occurs during the second week of March. Students often report hearing a deep, resonant hum throughout the castle the night before, as though the very stones are vibrating with anticipation. Dawn breaks the following morning on a transformed landscape. Snowdrifts that seemed permanent fixtures recede overnight, revealing grass that is already green and studded with tiny star-shaped flowers unique to the Hogwarts grounds. These formations appear exclusively in rooms where particularly powerful magic has been performed, leading some magical theorists to suggest they are physical manifestations of residual spell energy crystallizing in the extreme cold. The owlery during winter presents a portrait of stoic endurance, with hundreds of owls puffed into feathery spheres against the cold, their breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. Special warming charms must be applied to any letters or packages being sent long distances, lest the owl freeze during its journey. Hagrid can often be found trudging through snowdrifts with bundles of extra food and magical thermal blankets for the school owls, his own breath billowing around his head like steam from a locomotive. In herbology, winter brings the rare opportunity to observe the flowering frost orchid, a magical plant that blooms only when the temperature falls below freezing for more than 20 consecutive days. Its translucent petals, nearly invisible except for their prismatic edges, produce a nectar that is the key ingredient in the draught of winter's heart, a potion that allows the drinker to endure extreme cold without discomfort. These Stellaria hogwartia, catalogued by Newt Scamander during his student days, bloom for exactly 24 hours before vanishing completely until the following year. The Whomping Willow, so dramatic in its autumn transformation, undergoes an equally remarkable spring awakening. Its branches, bare and menacing throughout winter, sprout thousands of pale green leaves simultaneously, the sudden weight momentarily immobilizing its usually aggressive limbs. For approximately 1 hour, the tree stands completely still, allowing brave or foolish students a rare opportunity to approach and even touch its trunk without fear of reprisal. By midday, however, the tree has adjusted to its new foliage and resumes its violent swinging with renewed vigor. Spring brings the forbidden forest to life with magical activity that makes this period particularly dangerous for unauthorized student excursions. Centaur foals, born during the quiet of winter, take their first gallops through forest clearings under the watchful eyes of the herd. Unicorn sightings increase as the magical creatures perform their spring courtship rituals, their horns emitting a pearlescent glow visible even through dense foliage. Most ominously, the Acromantula colony becomes active after months of semi-hibernation, their massive webs expanding rapidly to catch the increasing insect population. The castle itself seems to stretch and flex as spring advances, like a creature awakening from long hibernation. Staircases move with greater frequency and unpredictability. Corridors sometimes extend by several yards overnight, and windows that have remained shuttered against winter storms suddenly refuse to close, admitting fragrant breezes, regardless of professors' attempts to maintain a controlled classroom environment. As April yields to May, Hogwarts experiences a phenomenon known as the Green Surge, a period of accelerated growth during which the magical plants on the grounds can visibly extend their stems or unfurl new leaves while being observed. The herbology greenhouses require constant attention during this time, with Professor Sprout often drafting students for emergency pruning sessions when venomous tentacula or devil's snare threaten to outgrow their enclosures overnight. May at Hogwarts also brings the fascinating migration of glimmerbugs, tiny, dragonfly-like insects that travel in swarms of millions from the continent to breed in the shallows of the Great Lake. For students, spring at Hogwarts brings both delight and anxiety. The joy of Quidditch matches played under clear blue skies, tempered by the looming pressure of end-of-year examinations. The library becomes increasingly crowded as term papers come due and OWL and new tea preparations intensify. Even the most dedicated scholars, however, find it difficult to resist the call of the grounds on perfect spring afternoons, when the grass beside the lake becomes dotted with black-robed figures enjoying rare moments of leisure. At sunset, these magical creatures rise from the water in a vast, shimmering cloud that performs complex aerial patterns before settling in the trees of the Forbidden Forest. The display, lasting approximately 20 minutes each evening for a week, is said to be visible from as far away as Hogsmeade Village. The transition to summer begins officially with the end-of-year feast, when the Great Hall is decorated in the colors of the House Cup winner. But the true magical transformation occurs after the students have departed on the Hogwarts Express, when the castle enters a period known to the staff as the summer slumber. Certain corridors, inaccessible during term time, open themselves for exploration. The room of requirement becomes more responsive and creative in its manifestations. Even the ghosts behave differently, gathering for lengthy reminiscences in the Great Hall or reenacting historical events from the castle's past. Summer sees the giant squid at its most sociable, often basking near the surface of the Great Lake, where it will accept offerings of toast or other treats from the staff. The merpeople hold their summer solstice celebrations, creating underwater music so beautiful that it sometimes draws unwary listeners to wade out farther than safety permits. In the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs conduct their stargazing rituals on warm, clear nights, charting the heavens with an accuracy that sometimes leads them to share rare predictions with the headmaster or headmistress. The vegetable patches beside Hagrid's hut produce their summer bounty with magical abundance: pumpkins that grow large enough to serve as temporary shelters, tomatoes whose brilliant red glow is visible at dusk, and dirigible plums that float gently above their stems, bobbing in the summer breeze. Corridors that bustled with activity fall silent. Portraits feel free to visit distant frames for extended social calls, and the castle's magic settles into a different rhythm. Staircases move less frequently, but more dramatically, sometimes connecting parts of the castle that remain separated throughout the academic year. Rooms that were stubbornly drafty during winter now maintain perfect, pleasant temperatures regardless of the heat outside. For the few staff members who remain during summer, Filch the caretaker, Hagrid tending his creatures, and professors conducting research or preparing for the coming year, Hogwarts reveals aspects of itself unseen by students. Much of this produce makes its way to the Hogwarts kitchens, where house elves preserve it for use during the coming school year. Perhaps most remarkable is the Midsummer Night phenomenon, which occurs annually on June 21st. For a single night, the entire Hogwarts grounds become suffused with visible magic, a gentle luminescence that rises from the earth itself, gathering in swirling patterns above the grass before dispersing into the night air. Magical researchers believe this represents the castle and grounds exhaling excess magical energy accumulated during the school year, a necessary process that prevents magical saturation from disrupting the coming term's spellwork. Their efficiency is such that the entire castle, with its hundreds of rooms and corridors, is thoroughly prepared weeks before September 1st arrives. August at Hogwarts brings what staff call the anticipatory stirring, a palpable sense that the castle is rousing itself from its summer quietude. Portraits begin to maintain more regular hours in their frames, staircases establish more predictable patterns, and the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, which has displayed lazy summer clouds for weeks, begins to show more dynamic weather as though testing its magical capabilities before students return to admire it. As July approaches, subtle preparations for the new academic year begin. The castle starts to shift back toward its term-time configuration, corridors shortening to more practical lengths, classrooms rearranging themselves to optimal layouts, and the protective enchantments around the grounds strengthening in anticipation of hundreds of young witches and wizards practicing spells with varying degrees of control. House elves emerge from the kitchens in organized squadrons to conduct their annual deep cleaning, polishing suits of armor until they gleam, ensuring that every dormitory is immaculate, and checking each quill, inkwell, and parchment supply for the returning students. In the final days before term begins, Hogwarts seems to vibrate with expectation. Torches that have remained unlit during summer months spontaneously ignite, illuminating corridors that have stood in darkness. The Sorting Hat, which has spent the summer in quiet contemplation in the headmaster's office, begins to twitch and occasionally mutter lines of its new welcome song. Even the ghosts become more visible and engaged, rehearsing the scares and surprises they plan for the new first years. And so the cycle completes itself, returning us to September when the Hogwarts Express once again steams toward Hogsmeade Station, carrying another generation of students. The castle stands ready, its seasonal transformations having renewed and recalibrated its ancient magic for another year of education, adventure, and wonder. This eternal cycle of seasons at Hogwarts represents more than mere weather or calendar pages. It embodies the living, breathing nature of the castle and grounds, a magical entity that has developed its own rhythms and responses over a millennium of magical education. From autumn's welcome to summer's restoration, Hogwarts moves through time according to patterns both predictable and mysterious, its seasonal changes as much a part of its educational magic as the classes taught within its walls. As our journey through the changing seasons of Hogwarts draws to a close, and the fire beside us burns lower. Perhaps you might consider which season at Hogwarts would most call to your magical spirit, and what hidden transformations might you witness if you could walk its grounds through a full turning of the year. Chapter 10. The Danger of Untested Spells. The flickering candlelight casts long shadows across ancient tomes open on oak tables, their yellowed pages covered in hastily scribbled notations and crossed-out incantations. In a secluded corner of the Hogwarts library, or perhaps a forgotten classroom after hours, a student experiments with words of power and precise wand movements of their own design. There is a moment of breathless anticipation, then a flash of unexpected light, a cry of surprise, and consequences that may range from merely embarrassing to truly catastrophic. Tonight, we shall explore the perilous realm of experimental spellwork and the often painful lessons learned when wizards and witches venture beyond established magical boundaries without proper precaution. Magic, for all its wonder and utility, follows rules as binding as those governing the physical world. Just as muggles cannot defy gravity without understanding the principles of flight, wizards cannot safely create new spells without comprehending the fundamental laws of magical energy, linguistic resonance, and intention focusing. Yet, throughout wizarding history, the temptation to innovate without adequate preparation has proven irresistible to many, leaving behind cautionary tales that fill the restricted sections of magical libraries. Consider the case of Baraffio, whose story is familiar to every first-year student at Hogwarts thanks to Professor Flitwick's oft-repeated warning. Attempting a simple levitation charm, but mispronouncing Wingardium Leviosa as Wingardium Leviosa. Poor Baraffio found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest, rather than the feather he had intended to lift. While this tale is sometimes dismissed as a teaching exaggeration, it illustrates a fundamental truth in magic: precision matters, and even minor deviations can produce dramatically different results from those intended. More serious was the tragic case of Emilia Treescourt, a promising young witch of the early 19th century who sought to improve upon existing illumination charms. Dissatisfied with the limitations of Lumos, which requires a wand to be held, Treescourt attempted to create a spell that would produce autonomous orbs of light that could float and follow the caster. Her research was meticulous but incomplete. She failed to account for the interaction between her light-generating charm and the sustaining enchantment meant to give the orbs independence. On a winter evening in 1824, Treescourt cast her experimental spell in her family's library. Initial accounts suggest it worked precisely as intended for approximately 17 seconds. Then, the magical resonance between the light and sustaining components began to amplify uncontrollably. The orbs grew blindingly bright before exploding with the force of minor blasting curses. Treescourt survived but lost her sight permanently, and her family home burned to its foundations despite desperate attempts to control the magical fire. In the aftermath, Treescourt dedicated her life to establishing the first formal protocols for spell development, insisting that no experimental magic should be performed without appropriate containment measures and supervision. These Treescourt principles later formed the foundation of the Ministry's regulations on new spell creation and testing. Experimental potions often receive more attention in safety discussions, perhaps because their catastrophic failures, melted cauldrons, noxious fumes, or unfortunate transformations, tend to be immediately obvious and visually dramatic. But untested spells pose dangers that can be more insidious and far-reaching, sometimes affecting not just the caster, but the very fabric of reality around them. Consider the lesser-known, but deeply unsettling case of Percival Wimbledon, an unspeakable working in the Department of Mysteries during the 1920s. Fascinated by the theoretical possibility of spells that could manipulate time on a localized scale, Wimbledon developed an incantation intended to slow the passage of time within a specified area. A charm that could, for instance, preserve perishable potions ingredients, or extend the effectiveness of temporary enchantments. The written records of Wimbledon's experiment are fragmentary, as many Department of Mysteries files remain classified, but witness accounts describe a phenomenon both subtle and horrifying. Upon casting the spell within a designated testing chamber, Wimbledon himself appeared to freeze in mid-motion. Colleagues observing from behind protective barriers reported that he remained conscious, his eyes moving with agonizing slowness as he realized his predicament. For Wimbledon, subjectively experiencing time at a normal rate, while unable to move at corresponding speed, the seconds stretched into what must have felt like hours of paralyzed awareness. By the time his colleagues managed to counter the effect, a process that took only minutes in objective time, Wimbledon's hair had turned completely white, and he never spoke again, retiring immediately from magical research. The fundamental problem with experimental spellwork lies in what magical theorists call compound uncertainty, the multiplication of unknown variables when manipulating magical forces. An established spell like Wingardium Leviosa has been refined through countless repetitions, its magical pathways smoothed like a river stone by generations of use. A new incantation, however, creates unpredictable interactions between the caster's intention, the specific words chosen, the wand movement employed, and the ambient magical energy present. Professor Phileas Flitwick, whose expertise in charms makes him particularly sensitive to the dangers of spell experimentation, explains it to advanced students using the analogy of musical harmonics. When you create a new spell, you are not simply adding a new note to the symphony of existing magic. You are potentially creating overtones and resonances that interact with every other magical frequency around you. Without proper understanding and control, these interactions can amplify unpredictably, like feedback through a sonorous charm. The Hogwarts curriculum approaches the subject of spell creation with appropriate caution. Students are not formally introduced to the principles of experimental magic until their 7th year, and even then, only those with outstanding OL results in both charms and transfiguration are permitted to take the elective course in magical innovation. This class, taught jointly by the charms and transfiguration professors, begins not with practical experiments, but with months of theoretical study and analysis of historical mishaps. The cemetery of magical development is filled with the graves of the brilliant but impatient. Professor McGonagall was known to tell her students on the first day of the course, "Your cleverness will not protect you from the consequences of magical laws you have not yet bothered to understand." Despite these warnings, unofficial experimentation remains a persistent temptation for talented students. The history of Hogwarts includes numerous incidents of corridor mishaps, dormitory disasters, and hospital wing confessions that begin with the phrase, "I was just trying a little variation on." Perhaps the most common category of spell experimentation gone awry involves attempts to modify existing spells for enhanced effect. A student who has mastered Incendio might attempt to create a more powerful fire spell, not understanding that magical fire, unlike its natural counterpart, can develop properties that resist standard extinguishing charms if its creation parameters are altered. Similarly, variations on levitation or summoning charms have led to objects moving with unexpected and sometimes dangerous force. Transfiguration presents particularly acute risks when subjected to amateur experimentation. The complex magic that temporarily overrides an object's fundamental nature requires precise balance. Attempts to enhance or extend transfigurations have resulted in partial transformations where an object or creature exists in a painful limbo between states, or in permanent changes that cannot be reversed by standard counterspells. One particularly notorious incident from the 1950s involved a fifth-year Ravenclaw who attempted to create a spell that would transfigure water directly into butterbeer. The resulting liquid looked and smelled correct, but contained properties of both substances in a magically unstable suspension. When consumed by several unwitting housemates, it caused their internal organs to undergo partial transfigurations with each heartbeat, requiring the urgent intervention of both the Hogwarts Hospital Wing and specialists from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Defense against the dark arts presents perhaps the most dangerous field for unauthorized experimentation. Spells designed to incapacitate, disarm, or defend carry inherent power that, when modified without proper understanding, can cause harm far beyond the caster's intention. Many a dueling club has been permanently disbanded after students, emboldened by successful mastery of Expelliarmus or Stupefy, attempted to create improved versions with devastating results. The case of Awardus McKinnon serves as a particularly sobering example. A talented sixth year in 1876, McKinnon sought to create a variant of the shield charm that would not merely block incoming spells, but reflect them back at the caster with enhanced power. His modified Protego initially appeared successful in controlled tests against minor jinxes, but when faced with a more powerful hex during an unauthorized dueling practice, the shield not only failed to reflect the incoming spell, but seemed to absorb and amplify its energy before exploding outward in all directions. McKinnon and two bystanders suffered severe magical injuries that left permanent scars, both physical and magical. The dangers are not limited to dramatic backfires or immediate catastrophes. Some experimental spells create subtler, longer-term consequences that may not be immediately apparent. Charm variants that affect memory, emotion, or perception can create psychological effects that develop gradually, sometimes manifesting only weeks after the initial casting. Spells touching on fundamental forces like time, space, or magical essence itself may create distortions that spread slowly, affecting areas far beyond the initial casting location. In 1738, a wizard named Thaddeus Thurkel attempted to create a spell that would allow him to see through walls, a seemingly straightforward extension of existing revealing charms. The spell appeared to work perfectly, and Thurkel used it regularly for months before noticing that the walls of his home had begun to develop actual transparency, becoming progressively thinner and more insubstantial with each casting. By the time he sought help, the very structural integrity of his house had been compromised, the stones and timbers partially transmuted into a glass-like substance that eventually crumbled under its own weight. The Ministry of Magic takes the regulation of spell creation seriously, maintaining the Department of Experimental Charms specifically to oversee the development and testing of new magic. Any witch or wizard wishing to register a new spell must submit detailed theoretical frameworks, controlled testing results, and safety protocols before receiving approval for wider use. Unauthorized spell creation, particularly of charms that could cause harm or violate existing magical regulations, carries significant penalties, including fines and potential imprisonment. These restrictions are not merely bureaucratic caution. They reflect centuries of hard-won wisdom about the unpredictable nature of magical innovation. Even within the department, accidents occur despite extensive precautions. The specialized ward at St. Mungo's, dedicated to magical experimentation injuries, is rarely empty, treating both official researchers and those who chose to ignore regulations. For students and amateur spell creators, certain warning signs should prompt immediate cessation of any experimental magic. Unexpected colors or sounds during casting often indicate magical energies manifesting in unintended ways. Physical sensations like tingling, pressure, or temperature changes beyond the spell's intended effect suggest magical feedback affecting the caster. Most ominously, difficulty ending an experimental spell, whether it persists beyond the intended duration or resists standard cancellation techniques, indicates a charm that has escaped the caster's control and may continue to develop in unpredictable ways. If such signs occur, magical authorities recommend a specific protocol. First, establish a containment perimeter to prevent the spread of potential effects. Second, document exactly what was attempted, including precise wording, wand movements, and intended outcome. Third, contact qualified help immediately, rather than attempting further experimental countermeasures that might compound the problem. Despite these dangers, magical innovation remains essential to the advancement of wizarding society. Every spell now considered standard was once experimental, developed by witches and wizards willing to explore new magical possibilities. The key difference between reckless experimentation and valuable innovation lies not in the act itself, but in the preparation, precautions, and respect for magical principles that accompany it. The development of the Patronus charm, for instance, represents a model of responsible magical innovation. Its creator, Ilias, spent years studying the nature of dementors and existing protective magic before attempting to create a spell specifically designed to counter these dark creatures. His research included consultation with experts in magical theory, controlled testing in environments where failure would not endanger others, and extensive documentation allowing other wizards to replicate his work safely. Similarly, the development of modern healing spells followed careful protocols established by the ancient healing wizard Mungo Bonum, who insisted that any charm intended to affect the human body must undergo a progressive testing sequence. First on non-living analogues, then on simple magical creatures with appropriate ethical consideration, then through carefully monitored self-application, and finally in controlled therapeutic settings with informed consent from the recipient. For those drawn to magical innovation, the wizarding world offers legitimate pathways that balance creative freedom with necessary safety measures. Advanced training in spell creation is available through specialized courses at institutions like the Magical Academy of Theoretical Applications, or through apprenticeships with established charm creators certified by the ministry. These programs provide both the knowledge base needed to innovate responsibly and the supervision that can prevent tragic outcomes. The story of Adalbert Waffling exemplifies this balanced approach. As a young wizard, Waffling demonstrated extraordinary aptitude for magical theory, but also a troubling impulsiveness in testing his ideas. After a particularly dangerous incident involving an attempted weather-influencing charm that created a localized magical storm lasting 3 days, Waffling was given a choice between ministry restrictions on his magic or enrollment in a structured research program. Choosing the latter, he went on to become one of the most important magical theorists of the modern era, his fundamental laws of magic forming the foundation of contemporary magical education. For those who lack formal training but feel compelled to explore magical innovations, certain basic precautions can significantly reduce risks. Never experiment alone. Always have someone knowledgeable present who can intervene if something goes wrong. Establish containment measures appropriate to the type of magic being attempted. Start with the smallest possible magical effect and scale up gradually only after each level is thoroughly understood. Keep meticulous records of every attempt, successful or failed, to build a foundation of understanding for future work. Most importantly, approach experimental magic with humility rather than hubris. The greatest dangers arise not from the inherent risks of new spells, but from the overconfidence that leads witches and wizards to believe they can control forces they do not fully understand. As Adalbert Waffling himself wrote, "The wisest innovation begins with the humble acknowledgement of how much remains unknown." The history of untested spells serves as both warning and inspiration, a reminder of the responsibilities that accompany magical power and the potential for advancement when those responsibilities are taken seriously. Each mishap has contributed valuable knowledge to the collective understanding of magical principles, often at great personal cost to those involved. Their sacrifices need not be repeated by each new generation of witches and wizards if proper respect is given to established protocols and the accumulated wisdom of magical history. As our exploration of the dangers of untested spells draws to a close and the shadows deepen around us, perhaps you might consider what new magical frontier would tempt you to push beyond established boundaries, and what safeguards would you establish to ensure your innovation enriches the wizarding world, rather than becoming another cautionary tale in the archives of magical mishaps. Chapter 11. The History of Hogsmeade Village. Snow falls gently on thatched roofs and cobblestone streets. Lantern light spills from frost-edged windows, and the scent of butterbeer and cinnamon mingles with wood smoke in the crisp evening air. Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding village in Britain, presents a scene of timeless enchantment to visitors and residents alike. Yet beneath its picturesque facade lies a rich and complex history spanning nearly 1,000 years. a story of community, resilience, and the distinctive magic that has made this settlement unique among wizarding dwellings. Tonight, as we warm ourselves by the fire, let us journey through the centuries to explore the origins and evolution of this remarkable village that has stood as Hogwarts' closest neighbor since medieval times. The founding of Hogsmeade is traditionally attributed to Hengist of Woodcroft, a wizard who fled persecution from Muggle neighbors in the 10th century. Seeking refuge in the remote Scottish Highlands, Hengist discovered a valley near the location where Hogwarts School would later be established. Historical records suggest he arrived around 982 CE, though some magical historians place the date slightly earlier based on references in Celtic wizarding chronicles. Imagine Hengist, a weary traveler with his possessions shrunk and hidden in a single enchanted pouch, cresting a highland ridge to discover the sheltered valley below. The area would have been wilder then, ancient pine forests extending nearly to the shores of the lake, stone circles from earlier magical settlements half buried in the heather, and perhaps the occasional wisp of chimney smoke from isolated Muggle crofters who kept their distance from areas known to be touched by the Fae. For a wizard seeking safety, the location offered ideal conditions, remote enough to avoid casual Muggle visitors, yet with sufficient natural resources to support a community. More importantly, the valley contained several convergence points of magical ley lines, the invisible channels of magical energy that crisscrossed the British Isles. These convergences created areas of enhanced magical potency, where spells required less effort and enchantments lasted longer, a characteristic that would later attract the founders of Hogwarts to the nearby location for their school. Hengist built the first permanent structure in what would become Hogsmeade, a modest dwelling that combined stone from the surrounding hills with magical reinforcement. This original building still stands, though heavily modified over the centuries, and now forms part of the Three Broomsticks Inn. Careful observers might notice the unusually thick walls in the pub's back room, and the ancient oak beam bearing faint runic inscriptions for protection and concealment, remnants of Hengist's original magical defenses. Word spread quietly through wizarding networks about the Highland Haven where a magical community might develop without Muggle interference. Gradually, other wizarding families joined Hengist, many fleeing similar persecution or simply seeking the company of their own kind during an era when witch hunts, though not yet at their historical peak, posed a constant threat to magical people living among Muggles. By the early 11th century, perhaps 24 wizarding families had established a small settlement that bore little resemblance to the picturesque village we know today. Dwellings were scattered widely across the valley, each heavily warded and often concealed by magic that made them appear as natural features to Muggle eyes. Regular markets were held at the full moon, when wizards and witches would gather to trade rare ingredients, magical artifacts, and everyday necessities that were difficult to produce individually. The founding of Hogwarts School around 990 CE by Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin dramatically accelerated Hogsmeade's development. The school's establishment created a permanent, significant magical presence just beyond the valley, and many families with connections to Hogwarts, whether as staff, suppliers, or parents of students, chose to settle in the developing village. Historical records from this period mention Hogsmeade primarily as the settlement below the school, or the Wizard's Valley, suggesting the current name had not yet been established. The first written use of Hogsmeade appears in a letter dated 1107 CE, from a Hogwarts instructor to a colleague, mentioning plans to visit the apothecary in Hogsmeade Village during the winter holiday. The name likely derives from the combination of a reference to Hogwarts and mead, an Old English term for a meadow or open country. The 12th century saw Hogsmeade transform from a loose collection of wizarding dwellings into a more structured village. Streets were formally established, though their meandering paths reflected the organic growth of the settlement rather than any planned layout. Buildings began to cluster more closely together, especially along what would later become High Street. Community enchantments were established, including the first version of the concealment charms that still help shield the village from Muggle detection today. One of the most significant developments in this period was the establishment of the first commercial enterprises specifically serving the wizarding community. The Three Broomsticks Inn, incorporating Hengist's original dwelling, began offering accommodations and refreshments to travelers and visitors to the school. An apothecary opened to supply both Hogwarts and local residents with potion ingredients. A wandmaker's shop, though not Ollivander's, which remained based in London, provided services to the northern wizarding communities. By the 13th century, Hogsmeade had developed into the recognizable precursor of the modern village. The connection with Hogwarts had become firmly established, with the school's influence evident throughout the community. Teachers frequently visited on weekends, a tradition that would eventually extend to students when supervised visits were established in later centuries. Many Hogwarts graduates chose to settle in Hogsmeade after completing their education, maintaining their connection to the magical institution that had shaped their lives. This period also saw the construction of several buildings that remain Hogsmeade landmarks today. The original Honeyduke's shop was established by Honelius Duke in 1234, though the current structure dates from a later rebuilding. The Hogshead Inn opened around 1250, providing a somewhat rougher alternative to the Three Broomsticks for those seeking privacy or discretion in their dealings. Local legend claims the inn's unusual name and sign, a severed boar's head, resulted from an incident involving its first owner and an unsuccessfully transfigured pig, though historical evidence for this colorful story is scarce. The 14th century brought significant challenges to Hogsmeade, as the larger wizarding world faced increasing persecution during the early witch trial era. While the village's remote location provided some protection, its growing size made complete concealment increasingly difficult. In response, the community developed more sophisticated magical defenses, many of which remain active today. Chief among these was the Muggle-repelling boundary, a complex network of enchantments created through the combined efforts of Hogsmeade's residents and Hogwarts staff. This magical perimeter causes Muggles approaching the village to suddenly remember urgent appointments elsewhere, experience confusion about their direction, or simply find themselves walking in circles until they eventually leave the area. Unlike the more absolute barriers protecting places like Hogwarts itself, the Hogsmeade boundary is subtle enough to allow Muggle-born students' parents to visit when specifically guided by a witch or wizard. The Great Pestilence or Black Death of the 1340s affected Hogsmeade significantly less than Muggle communities, as wizarding healers had methods to combat the disease that Muggles lacked. However, the period of fear and suspicion that followed led to increased witch-hunting activities, which in turn brought more wizarding families seeking refuge to Hogsmeade. This population influx spurred new construction and expansion, with the village nearly doubling in size between 1350 and 1400. The 15th century marked Hogsmeade's emergence as an important center for northern British wizarding commerce and culture. Regular markets expanded into specialized shops, many catering to particular magical interests or needs. The village became known for certain distinctive products, including Hogsmeade mead, brewed with honey from bees that fed on magical flowers from the Forbidden Forest, and enchanted confectionery that would later evolve into Honeyduke's famous offerings. During this period, the relationship between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts was formalized in various ways. The path connecting the village and school, previously little more than a dirt track, was properly established with magical protections against weather and unwanted visitors. The first official agreement, allowing older Hogwarts students to visit the village on specific weekends, was drafted in 1465, though these visits were initially rare privileges rather than the regular occurrences they would later become. The 16th century brought the height of Muggle witch trials to Britain, creating new challenges for Hogsmeade. Though physically distant from the worst persecution, the village became an important safe haven for wizarding families fleeing more dangerous areas. Emergency accommodations were established, sometimes housing several families in magically expanded spaces until more permanent arrangements could be made. This period saw the development of Hogsmeade's distinctive architectural style, which continues to characterize the village. Thatched cottages with chimneys, specifically designed to accommodate Flu network connections, steep-roofed shops with enchanted windows that adjusted their display based on the viewer's interests, and magically reinforced cellars for storing sensitive magical items became standard features. Many buildings incorporated concealment or protection charms directly into their foundations and walls, a practice that has helped them survive centuries of magical wear and occasional magical accidents. The 17th century marked a turning point for both Hogsmeade and the wider wizarding world, with the implementation of the International Statute of Secrecy in 1689. Though the village had always maintained significant separation from Muggle society, the new formal requirements for complete concealment necessitated additional magical protections and community protocols. Hogsmeade's existing Muggle-repelling boundary was strengthened and extended, now incorporating elements of unplottability that made the village impossible to place on Muggle maps. Emergency response teams were established to address any breaches of secrecy, with members trained in memory charms and misdirection techniques. The village's physical appearance when viewed from distant highlands was disguised with a permanent atmospheric charm that makes it appear as an uninhabited valley to Muggle observers. As one of the few entirely wizarding settlements in Britain, Hogsmeade played a significant role in demonstrating that complete separation from Muggle society was viable and sustainable. Its success as a self-contained magical community helped reassure those wizards and witches who had feared that the Statute of Secrecy would undermine their way of life or limit their magical practices. The 18th century saw Hogsmeade settle into a pattern of stable prosperity that would continue largely uninterrupted into the modern era. The village's population stabilized at approximately 500 permanent residents, with seasonal fluctuations corresponding to the Hogwarts academic year, when staff families, business owners catering to students, and various support personnel would temporarily swell the community. During this period, many of Hogsmeade's enduring traditions were established or formalized. The annual Winter Illumination Festival, held on the winter solstice, features enchanted ice sculptures and magical light displays throughout the village. The Midsummer Market, where especially rare magical goods are traded, attracts visitors from across Britain. The Hogwarts weekend preparations, when shops and inns ready themselves for the influx of students, became a community event with decorations and special offerings designed to welcome young witches and wizards. The 19th century brought both modernization and a deliberate preservation of tradition to Hogsmeade. While the wider wizarding world was cautiously adopting certain Muggle innovations adapted for magical use, Hogsmeade remained somewhat conservative in its approach to change. The village council, established formally in 1832, set policies that limited certain types of development in order to maintain Hogsmeade's distinctive character and magical heritage. This period saw the establishment of several businesses that would become village institutions. Zonko's Joke Shop opened in 1854, initially selling relatively simple magical pranking items, before evolving into the more elaborate offerings known to modern students. Scrivenshaft's Quill Shop, Gladrag's Wizardware, and Dervish and Banges all established their Hogsmeade branches during this century, creating much of the commercial landscape familiar to contemporary visitors. The relationship between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts deepened further during this era. Student visits to the village, previously irregular special events, became the standardized Hogsmeade weekends, held several times per term for third years and above with signed permission. These visits quickly became highlights of the school year, eagerly anticipated by students and economically significant for village businesses. The 20th century brought unprecedented challenges to Hogsmeade in the form of two wizarding wars. During Grindelwald's rise to power in the 1940s, the village's strategic importance as the community adjacent to Hogwarts made it a focus of security concerns. Additional protective enchantments were established, and Aurors maintained a continuous presence in the village. Though Britain saw less direct conflict than continental Europe during this period, Hogsmeade residents remained vigilant, and several members of the community joined the efforts to counter Grindelwald's forces. Far more direct impact came during the two rises of Lord Voldemort. During the First Wizarding War 1970s, Hogsmeade's position as a fully wizarding settlement made it both a target for Death Eater intimidation and a refuge for those fleeing persecution. Several notable skirmishes occurred in or near the village, and the community suffered casualties while attempting to maintain its traditional openness and way of life. The Hog's Head Inn gained particular significance during this period as a gathering place for those opposing Voldemort's agenda. Its reputation for attracting a questionable clientele provided cover for resistance members to meet without drawing immediate suspicion, though this required careful magical precautions given the presence of potential informants. It was in a room above this pub that the prophecy concerning Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort was first spoken to Albus Dumbledore by Sybil Trelawney, a momentous event in a seemingly unremarkable location. The Second Wizarding War brought even more direct conflict to Hogsmeade, with Voldemort's forces eventually gaining control of the Ministry of Magic and subsequently Hogwarts itself. The village found itself under effective occupation. Death Eaters and sympathizers maintained a continuous presence, monitoring movement between the village and school and enforcing increasingly restrictive policies on residents. The low point came with the implementation of a caterwauling charm that activated after curfew, immediately alerting Voldemort's supporters to any nighttime activity in the village streets. This effectively imprisoned residents in their homes after dark and prevented the village from serving as a conduit for supplies or assistance to resistance forces within Hogwarts. Yet even in these darkest times, Hogsmeade demonstrated the resilience that had sustained it through nearly a millennium of wizarding history. Secret networks operated between trusted households, passing information and occasionally smuggling necessities to Hogwarts students suffering under the Carroll regime. The Room of Requirement's hidden passage to the Hog's Head became a literal lifeline, allowing Dumbledore's army to maintain contact with the outside world and eventually facilitating reinforcements during the Battle of Hogwarts. The village suffered significant damage during the final conflict, with several buildings destroyed or badly damaged by stray spells and the effects of giants and acromantulas passing through during the battle. In the aftermath, however, the community rallied with remarkable speed. Magical reconstruction began within days of Voldemort's defeat, with residents working collectively to repair both physical structures and the community bonds strained during the occupation. Modern Hogsmeade stands as a testament to this resilience and continuity. While incorporating necessary contemporary elements, the village maintains its distinctive character as a place where wizarding traditions are preserved and celebrated. Many buildings retain their historical exteriors while housing magically updated interiors that combine old-world charm with magical conveniences. The village today continues its symbiotic relationship with Hogwarts School. Student visits remain a highlight of the academic year and a significant economic factor for local businesses. Many shops tailor their offerings specifically to appeal to young witches and wizards experiencing their first taste of independence in an all-magical community. The Three Broomsticks still serves its famous butterbeer. Honeydukes continues to tempt with magical confectionery, and Zonko's, though facing increased competition from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, maintains its place in students' affections. Beyond these familiar establishments, Hogsmeade contains many areas less frequently visited by students but central to the full-time residents' daily lives. Residential streets branch off from the main thoroughfare, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs often sport weather vanes that adjust to predict magical as well as meteorological conditions. Community gardens produce both ordinary and magical plants, tended collectively by residents with particular skills in herbology. A small but comprehensive magical library maintains collections specializing in Scottish magical history and Northern European spellcraft. The village maintains several traditions that mark the passage of seasons in distinctively magical ways. The Autumn Illumination Walk features carved pumpkins containing fairy lights that float along the path between the village and Hogwarts, guiding visitors after dusk. Midwinter celebrations include ice sculptures that move and interact with passers-by, their enchantments maintained by collective spellwork from village residents. Spring brings the Flowering Charm Festival, when the main street is transformed by magically accelerated blooms that change color in harmony with music performed by local musicians. For full-time residents, Hogsmeade offers a unique quality of life. Unlike wizards and witches living in predominantly Muggle areas, Hogsmeade residents can practice magic openly within the village boundaries. Children grow up watching daily magical activities and absorbing wizarding culture before their own magical education begins formally. The community maintains strong internal support networks, with specialized magical skills shared for the common benefit, whether charming for community events, collective magical maintenance of public spaces, and cooperative magical solutions to challenges affecting the village. This sense of community extends to the integration of magical beings beyond witches and wizards. Unlike some wizarding settlements that maintain strict segregation, Hogsmeade has historically included dwellings for goblins connected to the branch of Gringotts that operates seasonally in the village. Several house elves serve in community roles, rather than being bound to individual families, maintaining public spaces and assisting with larger events. Even the ghosts of former residents are acknowledged as part of the community, with specific accommodations made during village celebrations for their participation. Looking toward the future, Hogsmeade balances preservation of its unique heritage with necessary adaptation to the evolving wizarding world. Debates within the village council reflect broader tensions in magical society. How much integration of Muggle-inspired innovations is appropriate? What aspects of traditional magical life should be actively preserved? And how to maintain secrecy in an era of increasing Muggle surveillance technology and population expansion. Despite these challenges, Hogsmeade's fundamental character as Britain's only all-wizarding village seems secure. The community has demonstrated remarkable adaptability throughout its long history while maintaining its essential nature as a place where magical life can be lived openly and completely. From Hengist's first dwelling to the thriving village of today, Hogsmeade represents the enduring possibility of a space created by and for magical people, shaped by their needs and values, rather than by the necessity of concealment within Muggle society. As our journey through Hogsmeade's history comes to an end, and we imagine the village settling under its blanket of snow as lights twinkle from frost-edged windows, perhaps you might consider, if you could visit Hogsmeade during any period of its 1,000-year history, which era would you choose to experience, and what might you discover about the evolution of wizarding society in this unique and enduring community? Chapter 12. The Execution of Nearly Headless Nick. As the evening deepens and our fire burns low, casting long shadows across the walls, we turn to a tale both tragic and curious. The story of a wizard whose death proved nearly as remarkable as his afterlife. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, better known to generations of Hogwarts students as Nearly Headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower, met his mortal end on October 31st, 1492. Yet the manner of his passing, a botched beheading that left his head attached by the merest sliver of skin and sinew, raises questions that have intrigued the wizarding world for centuries. Tonight, let us explore the life, death, and spectral legacy of this most distinctive of Hogwarts ghosts. Sir Nicholas was born into a noble wizarding family sometime in the early 15th century, likely around 1424, based on records from the Ministry's historical archives. The de Mimsy Porpingtons were an established magical lineage with connections to both wizarding society and Muggle nobility, a common arrangement in an era when the International Statute of Secrecy had not yet forced complete separation between magical and non-magical communities. Young Nicholas received his magical education at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where he was sorted into Gryffindor House. School records from this period are fragmentary, but surviving accounts suggest he was a capable student with particular talent in charms and transfiguration. His school years coincided with a period of relative harmony between Hogwarts houses, with the deepening rivalries that would characterize later centuries not yet fully established. Upon completing his education, Nicholas pursued the path typical of many wizards from noble families in that era, dividing his time between wizarding affairs and maintaining the family's position in Muggle court society. This delicate balance required discretion and careful management of appearances, as open displays of magic would have raised dangerous suspicions during a time when witch trials, though not yet at their height, were becoming increasingly common. The de Mimsy-Porpington family held lands in Northumberland, where their manor house featured the architectural contradictions common to wizard dwellings of the period, outwardly conforming to Muggle architectural styles, while incorporating hidden magical spaces and enchanted features. Nicholas reportedly added several magical innovations to the property, including gardens with atmospheric charms that maintained ideal growing conditions for both mundane and magical plants, regardless of the notoriously unpredictable northern English weather. As a young man, Nicholas cultivated connections at the royal court, eventually securing a position as a courtier to King Henry VII after the Tudor victory in the Wars of the Roses. His precise role remains somewhat unclear from historical records, though it appears he served as an advisor on matters relating to northern England, where his family's lands and influence were centered. While maintaining this Muggle court position, he simultaneously held a seat on the Wizards' Council, the predecessor to the modern Ministry of Magic, representing the interests of wizarding families from the northern counties. This dual existence typified the complex relationship between magical and non-magical society prior to the International Statute of Secrecy. Wizards like Nicholas often used their positions of influence in Muggle society to subtly protect magical communities, deflecting suspicion or persecution, while maintaining the necessary appearance of conformity with Muggle norms and religious practices. Nicholas's career at court progressed favorably for many years. Historical accounts describe him as charming, witty, and adept at navigating court politics, skills as valuable in the Muggle royal circle as in wizarding governance. He was granted his knighthood for services to the crown, likely related to his assistance during a period of border tensions with Scotland, though the exact nature of these services remains unrecorded. Whether he employed magical means to aid the Tudor cause is a matter of speculation, though many historians believe some discreet use of magic likely contributed to his rise in royal favor. The events leading to Sir Nicholas's execution in 1492 began with a seemingly minor incident involving Lady Grieve, a noblewoman at court. According to Nicholas's own account, shared with Hogwarts students over the centuries, Lady Grieve expressed distress over her crooked teeth. Sir Nicholas, perhaps overly confident in his magical abilities, or simply seeking to impress, offered to remedy the situation. The exact spell he attempted remains unknown, but the results were catastrophically different from his intention. Instead of straightening Lady Grieve's teeth, he caused her to grow a prominent tusk. This magical mishap might have been rectified quickly and quietly under normal circumstances, with a proper counterspell and perhaps a memory modification to prevent the lady from recalling the incident clearly. However, it appears that Lady Grieve's screams attracted immediate attention from other courtiers, creating a public scene that could not be easily dismissed. In an environment where whispers of witchcraft could quickly escalate to dangerous accusations, Sir Nicholas found himself in a precarious position. Lady Grieve's influential family demanded punishment, and King Henry VII, whose hold on power still required maintaining the support of key noble families, could not simply dismiss the matter. Whether the king knew of Sir Nicholas's magical nature is unclear from historical records. Some wizarding historians suggest Henry may have been aware, but was forced by political necessity to act against a courtier he otherwise valued. Others believe the king was genuinely unaware of Nicholas's wizarding abilities and viewed the incident as some form of court prank or medical experiment gone awry. Regardless of the king's private knowledge, Sir Nicholas was arrested and charged, not with witchcraft, which might have reflected poorly on the king's judgment in keeping him at court, but with improper tampering with a lady's appearance without medical qualification or permission, a charge seemingly created specifically for the unusual circumstances. His trial was brief, and the outcome predetermined by court politics. Sir Nicholas was sentenced to death by beheading, a method of execution typically reserved for nobles, a small courtesy acknowledging his status even as it condemned him. The execution was scheduled for October 31st, 1492, giving him several weeks in confinement to contemplate his fate. Why Sir Nicholas did not use magic to escape remains one of the more puzzling aspects of his story. His own accounts, shared with students over the centuries, have never fully clarified this point. Magical historians have proposed several theories. Perhaps he was held in conditions that prevented spellcasting, such as a cell lined with iron, known to disrupt certain forms of magic. Perhaps escape would have endangered other wizarding families at court by drawing attention to the magical community. Or perhaps, as some suggest, he believed he could talk his way out of the situation until it was too late to act. The execution itself took place in a courtyard with a relatively small audience, unusual for the period when public executions typically drew crowds. This privacy has led some historians to speculate that the king may have been offering one final courtesy to a formerly favored courtier, sparing him the indignity of a fully public death. Among the witnesses were representatives from the Wizards' Council, present under glamours or disillusionment charms, to observe the fate of one of their members and ensure no broad exposure of the magical world resulted from the proceedings. The executioner assigned to Sir Nicholas's beheading was one Humphrey Belcher, no relation to the later wizard inventor of the same name. Historical accounts describe him as inexperienced with the axe, possibly another courtier assigned the duty rather than a professional executioner. He arrived with a blunt axe that would prove woefully inadequate for a clean beheading. Sir Nicholas's final moments as a living wizard were recorded in the private journal of Sebastian Windlace, a disguised representative of the Wizards' Council present at the execution. According to Windlace, Sir Nicholas approached the block with dignity befitting his station, showing neither fear nor unseemly desperation, though his complexion was pale as moonlight. He reportedly made a brief speech forgiving his executioner in advance, a common practice among noble condemned, and placed his neck upon the block. What followed was the gruesome sequence that would define Sir Nicholas's afterlife as much as his mortal existence. Belcher's first strike with the blunt axe failed to sever the head completely. Historical accounts suggest it may have taken as many as 45 ineffectual blows to render Sir Nicholas dead, though the head remained attached by a small portion of skin and sinew, approximately half an inch, according to Nicholas's own spectral testimony to curious students through the centuries. The botched execution created a moment of horror and confusion among the witnesses. Sebastian Windlace's journal describes the aftermath, the poor gentleman's sufferings having concluded, though in a manner most dreadful and unclean. A peculiar silvery mist arose from the body even as the executioner made his final ineffectual attempts to complete the severance. This spectral essence, visible, I believe, only to those of magical perception, coalesced gradually into a form resembling the deceased, standing somewhat bewildered beside his own mortal remains. Thus did Sir Nicholas enter his afterlife, touching his nearly severed head with an expression of profound dismay. This moment of transition from life to ghostly existence occurred in full view of the Muggle witnesses, none of whom appeared to perceive the spectral form now sharing the execution ground with them. The wizard observers, however, recognized immediately what had happened. Sir Nicholas had chosen, in his final moments, to remain as a ghost rather than go on to whatever awaits wizards after death. The decision to remain as a ghost is one that wizard kind has long recognized as significant. As nearly headless Nick himself would later explain to Harry Potter, wizards can leave an imprint of themselves upon the earth, to walk palely where their living selves once trod, but very few wizards choose that path. Those who do are generally driven by fear of death or by some powerful unfinished business that anchors them to the mortal world. In Sir Nicholas's case, wizarding historians have debated his motivations for centuries. Some suggest the traumatic and incomplete nature of his death left him confused and unable to make a clear transition. Others believe he may have felt his life was cut short unjustly, with important matters left unresolved. Nicholas himself has offered different explanations over the centuries, sometimes claiming he wasn't finished with life yet, and at other times admitting he feared what might await on the other side. Immediately following the execution, the wizarding representatives faced a delicate situation. A newly formed ghost stood invisible to the Muggles, but fully visible to magical observers, clearly distressed and potentially at risk of causing magical disruption. Sebastian Windlace's journal describes how he and his colleagues discreetly approached the spectral Sir Nicholas, while the Muggles were occupied with the disposal of the physical remains. "We spoke softly to Sir Nicholas's spirit," Windlace wrote, explaining his new state and the options before him. Though clearly distraught at his condition, he kept attempting to straighten his nearly severed head, which lolled most disagreeably upon his ruff. He maintained the composure that had characterized his life. When offered escort to a purely magical dwelling where he might adjust to his new existence, he instead expressed a desire to return to Hogwarts, the place he recalled with greatest fondness from his youth. This request aligned with wizarding custom, which recognized that ghosts often sought out locations of significant emotional attachment. The Wizards' Council representatives, after consulting through enchanted means with Hogwarts' then headmistress Edessa Sackendenberg, arranged for Sir Nicholas's spectral form to be transported to the school through a complex charm that temporarily bound his essence to an enchanted object, which was then conveyed to Hogwarts by apparition. Sir Nicholas arrived at Hogwarts Castle on November 1, 1492, the day after his execution and the beginning of his afterlife as a ghost. Headmistress Sackendenberg's records indicate she received him with formal courtesy befitting a former student and council member, assigning him quarters in the tower that housed Gryffindor students, and officially recognizing him as the house ghost of Gryffindor, a position that had been vacant since the previous ghost had chosen to move on several decades earlier. The transition to ghostly existence proved challenging for Sir Nicholas, as it does for all who choose this path. No longer able to affect the physical world in any substantial way, unable to taste food or drink, and limited in his interactions with the living, he experienced the profound isolation common to new ghosts. Historical accounts suggest he spent his first decades in relative seclusion, rarely venturing beyond Gryffindor Tower and speaking little even to the students of his house. Gradually, however, Sir Nicholas adjusted to his new existence and began to embrace his role within the Hogwarts community. By the mid-1500s, he had become an active presence in castle life, attending feasts, though unable to eat, participating in house activities, and developing the somewhat formal, courtly manner that would characterize his interactions with students for centuries to come. His nearly severed head, initially a source of distress for Nicholas, eventually became his most distinctive feature and something of a spectral calling card. The nearly headless condition placed him in an unusual category among ghostly beings, those whose deaths are visibly reflected in their spectral appearance. This characteristic became central to his identity, though it also brought complications, such as his repeated rejections from the Headless Hunt, an exclusive society of ghosts who had been fully decapitated during their lives. Sir Nicholas's tenure as Gryffindor Ghost has been one of the longest continuous services to Hogwarts in the school's history. Over more than 5 centuries, he has witnessed the education of countless young witches and wizards, observed the tenures of dozens of headmasters and headmistresses, and experienced the many historical events that have shaped both Hogwarts and the wider wizarding world. His perspective on these centuries of magical education is unique, having seen teaching methods evolve from the relatively informal apprenticeship model of the late medieval period to the structured curriculum of modern Hogwarts. Sir Nicholas has been known to occasionally share historical insights with particularly interested students, though like many ghosts, his memory of more recent events tends to be clearer than his recollections of the distant past. Throughout his spectral existence, Sir Nicholas has maintained certain habits and preferences that reflect his mortal life and the era from which he came. His speech retains elements of Tudor-era phrasing and formality. He continues to dress in the style of a Tudor courtier, with a particularly high ruff that helps to conceal and support his nearly severed head. He observes courtly manners, bowing to ladies, a somewhat precarious action given his condition, and addressing even young students with the formal courtesy he would have shown to nobles during his life. Sir Nicholas's relationship with the students of Gryffindor House has been generally positive throughout the centuries, though it varies somewhat depending on the temperament of each generation. Some cohorts have treated him with respectful interest, others with casual familiarity, and still others, particularly in earlier centuries, with a certain superstitious deference. His response has typically been one of dignified acceptance, though he has been known to express disappointment when students show insufficient respect for Hogwarts traditions or Gryffindor values. Among his fellow ghosts at Hogwarts, Sir Nicholas occupies a position of some prominence, not only as one of the 4 house ghosts, but also as a ghost of relatively noble origin. His relationship with the Bloody Baron, ghost of Slytherin House, is cordial but distant, a reflection perhaps of house rivalries, but also of the profound difference in their temperaments. With the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw, he maintains a formal, courteous interaction, while his friendship with the Fat Friar of Hufflepuff appears more genuine and warm. Sir Nicholas's annual Death Day celebration, held each October 31st to commemorate the anniversary of his execution, has become something of an institution at Hogwarts. These ghostly gatherings, rarely attended by the living due to their decidedly uncomfortable nature, featuring rotten food that living guests cannot eat and ghostly entertainment of limited appeal to those with physical bodies, nonetheless represent an important social occasion for the spectral community of Britain. The 500th anniversary Death Day party in 1992 was particularly significant, with ghost delegates from across the country in attendance. Sir Nicholas considered this milestone a matter of considerable pride, though his ongoing rejection from the Headless hunt, once again declining his application despite the special occasion, somewhat dampened the celebration. The rare attendance of living guests at this event, specifically Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley, was considered a special honor by Sir Nicholas, reflecting his desire to maintain connections with the world of the living, despite the limitations of his ghostly state. Throughout his centuries at Hogwarts, Sir Nicholas has demonstrated the defining characteristics of Gryffindor House in his own spectral way. His choice to face his execution with dignity, rather than attempting escape, could be seen as reflecting the Gryffindor value of courage. His loyalty to Hogwarts and his house has remained unwavering across more than 500 years. When the school has faced dangers, from the Chamber of Secrets openings to the Battle of Hogwarts, Sir Nicholas has contributed what assistance his insubstantial form allows, whether by monitoring corridors, conveying messages, or simply providing a reassuring presence for frightened students. During the Battle of Hogwarts in 1998, Sir Nicholas, like the other castle ghosts, played a role in the defense of the school. Unable to fight directly due to their non-corporeal nature, the ghosts nevertheless assisted by monitoring Death Eater movements and providing warnings to the defenders. Some accounts suggest Sir Nicholas specifically watched over injured Gryffindor students, remaining with them as a comforting presence when they could not be immediately moved to safety. In the years following the Second Wizarding War, Sir Nicholas has continued his eternal role as Gryffindor's ghost, adapting to the changing student population while maintaining the traditions and dignity he considers essential to his position. For new students, particularly those from Muggle backgrounds, the sight of a ghost with a nearly severed head often provides one of their first shocking introductions to the more unusual aspects of the wizarding world. The philosophical question of why certain wizards choose to remain as ghosts rather than going on has been debated by magical theorists for centuries. Sir Nicholas's case offers particular insight into this profound choice. By his own admission to Harry Potter, he chose this path out of fear. "I was afraid of death," he confessed during a rare moment of spectral vulnerability. This fear, combined with the traumatic and incomplete nature of his execution, anchored him to the mortal world in a state that he himself has described as neither here nor there, neither dead nor alive. This candid admission reveals the melancholy that underlies the existence of even the most seemingly adjusted ghosts. Unable to affect the physical world in meaningful ways, Unable to experience physical sensations or to grow and change as the living do, ghosts exist in a state of perpetual stasis. Sir Nicholas, for all his dignity and his integration into Hogwarts life, remains fundamentally as he was at the moment of his death, a Tudor courtier out of time, watching centuries pass while he himself cannot move forward. Yet within these limitations, Sir Nicholas has created meaning through his service to Hogwarts, and particularly to Gryffindor House, by maintaining the historical continuity of the school, by representing the values of his house to generation after generation of students, and by serving as a living, or rather non-living, reminder of the wizard's unusual relationship with mortality. He fulfills a purpose that transcends the tragic circumstances of his death. For students at Hogwarts, Sir Nicholas offers more than just an occasionally startling spectral presence. He represents a direct connection to wizarding history, a figure who walked the same corridors in life during the early Renaissance, and continues to haunt them in the present day. His formal manners, archaic speech patterns, and adherence to the social norms of a long-vanished era provide young witches and wizards with a tangible link to their magical heritage. More subtly, Sir Nicholas and the other Hogwarts ghosts serve as a reminder of one of the fundamental truths of wizarding existence, that magic, for all its wonders, cannot truly conquer death. Even wizards must eventually face mortality, and the choice to remain as a ghost, as Sir Nicholas's own testimony suggests, represents not a triumph over death, but a fear of embracing what lies beyond. This lesson, delivered not through lectures, but through the mere presence of these spectral figures, forms part of the deeper education that Hogwarts provides beyond spells and potions. As our exploration of nearly Headless Nick's execution and afterlife draws to a close, we leave Sir Nicholas continuing his centuries-long haunting of Gryffindor Tower, greeting new students, maintaining ancient traditions, occasionally startling the unwary with a demonstration of his nearly severed head, and embodying in his ghostly way the courage, dignity, and loyalty valued by his house. His story reminds us that in the wizarding world, death itself is not necessarily the end of one's participation in the community, though it irrevocably changes the nature of that participation. Sir Nicholas, through his choice to remain, has extended his connection to Hogwarts far beyond a normal human lifespan, witnessing the evolution of the institution he loved in life, while carrying within himself the unchanging moment of his death. As the embers of our fire fade to darkness, and sleep begins to claim your thoughts, perhaps you might consider, if faced with the choice that confronted Sir Nicholas in his final moments, would you choose to go on to whatever awaits beyond mortality, or would you remain as a pale imprint of yourself, forever witnessing but never fully participating in the world of the living?